Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining the Palm 10 related event co-organized by the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and the Ministry of Justice of Japan. I am Shibata Noriko, Assistant Vice Minister of Justice of Japan. I have the privilege and honor to serve as the moderator of this event. We will begin the opening ceremony with welcome remarks from three distinguished dignitaries. I would first like to invite His Excellency Mr. Koizumi Ryuji, Minister of Justice of Japan, to deliver his remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Minister of Justice of Japan, Koizumi Ryuji. Judicial Ministry and officials from Fiji, Marshall, Micronesia, Samoa, and others, welcome to Japan. I'd like to extend my welcome. The temperature in Japan and temperatures in your country are compared to Japan is a lot hotter. So please take care of yourself in this heat, I hope. And from Australian Embassy in Japan, in Tokyo, and from New Zealand, the Judicial Ministry of New Zealand, I also would like to say a heartfelt thank you for you. And also, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, President Sunami, thank you very much for working hard to organize this event. And Foreign Minister Kamikawa, she's just back from abroad. She's very busy, but thank you very much for joining us today. And all the participants, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for participating today. Japan's Ministry of Justice is actively engaged in judicial diplomacy, an effort to promote the rule of law and values such as respect for fundamental human rights throughout the international community. As part of this, we are supporting the capacity building of criminal justice practitioners around the world through international training provided by the United Nations Asia and Far East Institute for the Prevention of Crime and Punishment, called UNIFE, which is run by the Ministry of Justice. We have had many participants from Pacific Island countries, and some of the alumni have gone on to serve in important roles, including Senior Supreme Court Justice and the President of the United Nations Human Rights Council. There are actually many of them. And in addition, the International Cooperation Department respects the culture, history, and society of the partner country and provides support for the development of legal systems based on the actual situation. I would like to turn my attention to the larger relationship between Japan and the Pacific Island nations. And next week here in Tokyo, the 10th Pacific Island Leaders Meeting, or PALM 10, will be held here in Tokyo to affirm stability and prosperity in the Pacific Island region. That's why we wanted to take this opportunity to further contribute to promoting the rule of law in this region, together with our partner countries in the Pacific, who share the same fundamental value of rule of law. As a starting point, we have planned this symposium together with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. At this symposium, we hope to deepen our overall understanding of the current situation and issues in the legal field, and to hold fruitful discussions that will serve as a first step in building further trust. Finally, I'd like to conclude my remarks by saying that I hope that building a future-oriented relationship with Pacific Island countries in the field of justice will be a prosperous one and even a more active one. Thank you very much for your attention.
For your encouraging remarks. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sunami Atsushi, President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, to deliver his remarks. Dr. Sunami, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. My name is Sunami, President of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Good morning, distinguished delegates from Fiji, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Samoa, Australia, and New Zealand, and Honorable Koizumi and Kamikawa. Thank you very much indeed for your taking time from your very busy schedule. It is a great pleasure for me to say a few brief opening remarks on behalf of the organizer. A fair and transparent society is essential for the development of prosperity of a state. That is the good governance, and good governance builds on the rule of law. Japan and Pacific Island nations have enjoyed diplomatic relations for more than 50 years, and the regional relations for 27 years through the Pacific Island Leaders Meeting. As a development partner of the Pacific Island nations, Japan has played different roles, and these days Japan has been stressing the maintenance and strengthening of open and free and open international law order based on rule of law. But there has been very little specific cooperation in the judiciary branch, the foundation of rule of law. Today's ambitious program by the Ministry of Justice of Japan will certainly change the prospects of Japan-Pacific Island nations' relations. This is not a vision, but this will lead us to a deepened relations. So I believe that this is an extremely important program. Well, the cooperation by us will be important, and in fact, we organized the Pacific Island Nations Conference in 1988, which led to the PALM today. And as we see PALM 10 coming up today, we wish to contribute to a multi-layered relationship between Japan and the Pacific Island nations. We are very pleased to cooperate this innovative justice affairs diplomacy program, which will be a innovative and the multi-layered relations between our countries. I hope that this will certainly be a foundation of the development and the prosperity of the Pacific Island nations based on rule of law. Thank you very much.
Yoko, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, to deliver her remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Yoko, Kamikawa Yoko, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. I'd like to extend my heartfelt welcome to those distinguished people involved in the legal and the judicial fields of the Pacific Island countries who are visiting our country now. I also would like to express my respect to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for their long-term, energetic, and extensive efforts to strengthen cooperation with friends in the region. With the 10th Pacific Islands Leaders Meeting coming up finally next week, I wholeheartedly welcome this joint event that is focusing on the rule of law. As the world becomes increasingly divided and confrontational, we must promote the rule of law in the international community for peace and to realize a world in which the dignity of each and every human being is respected. This is one of the most important goals for Japan and for also for myself. In February, the PALM Ministerial Interim Meeting was held in Fiji. I also visited and joined the meeting, and where I stated that we would cherish the bonds, kizuna, and spirit that have been cultivated through PALM over the past 30 years, and that we would work together to address the changing situation and challenges in order to maintain and strengthen a free and open international order based on the rule of law. Building on the success of this meeting, PALM 10 will be held, and it's a golden opportunity to support regional unity and promote a relationship of learning and working together to realize the future vision outlined in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Sharing fundamental principles when considering regional stability, as well as values and principles, including the rule of law, provides a good foundation for achieving this. I sincerely hope that through today's discussions, Japan's strengths cultivated through international cooperation in the judicial field will join with the goals of our friends in the region, and a new momentum for cooperation will be created. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Kamikawa, for your passionate words. Now we will take a group photo. Please follow the guidance of our staff. Thank you very much.
Now the ministers will leave this room. I would like to kindly ask the rest of you to take your seats where you are and wait for a while. Thank you for your patience. The open session will start soon. A piece of paper with a QR code is placed on your chair for you to scan the QR code and download the materials to be used in the open session.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the open session. Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming 6 distinguished panelists to discuss the topic of rule of law and international cooperation in the Pacific Island region. I would like to introduce our panelists, starting from the right side of the podium. Firstly, Mr. Ropate Green Lomavatu, Solicitor General of the Republic of Fiji. Good morning. And next, the Honorable Wesley Zackhras, Minister of Justice, Immigration and Labor of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and Honorable George Langley. Thank you very much for coming. And next, the Honorable Leonito Bacalando Jr., Acting Secretary of Justice of the Federated States of Micronesia. And then the Honorable Matamua, Seumanu, Vasati, Sili, Pulufana, Minister of Justice and Courts Administration of the Government of the Independent State of Samoa, and Honorable Papali John Taimarilagi Kafale. And next, Ms. Claire Elias, Acting Deputy Head of Delegation of the Australian Embassy, Tokyo. And then Ms. Toli Sagaga, Director of the Pacific Justice Sector Program of the Ministry of Justice of New Zealand. And next to me, Mr. Seto Takeshi, President of the Research and Training Institute of the Ministry of Justice of Japan. And good morning, everyone. And distinguished panelists, it is a pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to this event. Thank you very much for joining us, and particularly distinguished panelists from the Pacific Islands. Welcome to Japan, and nice to, well, some of them I already met you in your country, so it's very nice to see you again. And in my capacity as the Assistant Vice Minister of Justice of Japan, I would like to begin the discussions with presentations from the Japanese side to provide you with an overview of our initiatives in international cooperation at the Ministry of Justice of Japan. After that, I will invite each distinguished panelist to deliver presentations up to 15 minutes maximum each. Let us begin Japan's presentations from myself and next Mr. Seto. As Minister Koizumi mentioned in his welcome remarks, the Ministry of Justice of Japan has been advancing justice affairs diplomacy, which is an initiative to uphold and promote values such as the rule of law and respect for human rights in the international community. One of the core components of the justice affairs diplomacy is to provide technical assistance and capacity building support to justice institutions and practitioners of our partner countries. We have 2 institutions leading our technical assistance initiatives. One is the United Nations Asia and Far East Institute, or UNAFE in short, run by the Ministry of Justice of Japan. It organizes international training courses and seminars for criminal justice practitioners and also provides bilateral technical assistance upon request in the field of crime prevention, criminal justice, and treatment of offenders. As of today, we have a total of 232 UNAFE alumni from the Pacific countries. Another technical assistance provider is the International Cooperation Department, or ICD in short, which provides legal technical assistance towards partner countries, so far Asian countries. Its legal technical assistance includes assistance in drafting basic laws, establishment of judicial institutions to implement laws, and capacity building of legal professionals. Given our long-standing relations based on friendship and trust, the Pacific Islands is a region which we hope to enhance our partnership in advancing justice affairs diplomacy. With that in mind, I would now like to invite the President of the Research and Training Institute of the Ministry of Justice of Japan to make a brief presentation of respective activities of UNAFE and ICD. So I'd like to hand over to Mr. Seto. Mr. Seto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Shimata. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Seto Takeshi, the President of the Research and Training Institute, the RTI of the Ministry of Justice of Japan. It is my great honor to have this opportunity to share with you our activities on behalf of the RTI. As the Research and Training Institute of the Ministry of Justice, the RTI publishes the white paper on crime annually and provides training for prosecutors and other officials of the MOJJ. Also, we operate UNAFE and ICD. I will explain their activities starting with UNAFE. Please look at page 2 of the distributed materials on your desk. UNAFE was established in 1962 based on an agreement between the United Nations and the government of Japan, and is one of the UN Program Network Institutes, PNI, for crime prevention and criminal justice. UNAFE, as an institute with the longest history among the PNIs, has worked to promote the sound development of criminal justice and the rule of law through capacity building of criminal justice practitioners in close cooperation with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and other PNIs. UNAFE has over 6,500 graduates, including, as Ms. Shibata said, 232 graduates from countries in the Pacific Islands. UNAFE alumni have been active in countries around the world, with some of them having served in leading positions such as the Justice Minister, Prosecutor General, and other high-ranking positions, building a powerful network in the international community. In today's society, where crime is increasingly globalized and cross-border, the human network of criminal justice professionals across national borders is a valuable asset in facilitating international cooperation smoothly through the sharing of experience and information. Please look at page 3 of the materials. UNAFE conducts international training and seminars for criminal justice practitioners, mainly from developing countries. Each training focuses on important criminal justice challenges facing the international community, such as transnational organized crime and corruption, and issues involving offender treatment and rehabilitation. UNAFE also conducts training programs targeting specific countries and regions upon the request of the United Nations or its member states. For example, criminal justice training for French-speaking African countries and seminars on improving prison management for Timor-Leste. Furthermore, UNAFE actively participated in UN-related activities and other international conferences. Specifically, UNAFE attended and organizes workshops at the UN Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, CCPCJ, held annually in Vienna, and the UN Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, the largest UN conference in the field of criminal justice, held once every 5 years. UNAFE also participates in a number of international conferences, such as the Asian and Pacific Conference on Correctional Administrators, APPCA, to share knowledge on criminal justice and to strengthen cooperation with related countries. Finally, UNAFE also conducts research and disseminates information on crime prevention and criminal justice. For example, UNAFE published resource materials series, a compilation of information on criminal justice practices, challenges, and recommendations, as well as information on legal systems of various jurisdictions, obtained through its training programs. The publication is available on UNAFE's website. As such, over the past 60 years, UNAFE has dedicated its effort to capacity building and strengthening the network of criminal justice practitioners, as well as promotion of the rule of law through its contribution to UN-related initiatives. Now, I will explain the ICD's activities. Please look at page 4. A legal technical cooperation by the Ministry of Justice began in 1994 through cooperation with Vietnam. In response to increasing requests for cooperation from Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, and other countries, the ICD was established within the RTI in 2001 to specialize in providing legal technical cooperation. As part of Japan's contribution to the international community, the ICD provides legal technical cooperation to developing countries in Asia, such as drafting and revising basic law and regulations, and support for capacity building for legal professionals. The ICD consists of judges, prosecutors, government attorneys, and administrative officials of the Ministry of Justice, and also work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, the Supreme Court of Japan, the Japan Federation of Bar Associations, and universities to provide legal technical cooperation through an all-of-Japan support system. The ICD's legal technical cooperation is characterized by the fact that it establishes bilateral cooperative relationship with the target countries and conducts seminars and training courses in the target countries and in Japan, respectively, based on the actual needs and circumstances of the countries. In other words, rather than imposing Japanese law and jurisprudence on the target countries, we listen carefully to the countries and respect their ownership of the project, so-called side-by-side cooperation. This is one of the strengths of Japan's legal technical cooperation, which is based on more than 100 years of experience in absorbing and adapting civil law, including French and German law and common law, to the need of Japanese society. Please look at page 5 of the materials. legal technical cooperation has been extended to 15 countries to date, including the 10 present countries of Uzbekistan, Mongolia, Timor-Leste, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, in addition to Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Indonesia, which were mentioned earlier. In particular, civil codes, which Japan cooperated in drafting, are now in effect in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Nepal. And they highly appreciate the ICD's contributions. The ICD's legal technical cooperation is mainly provided in cooperation with JICA, the implementing agency of Japan's official development assistance. However, the ICD also provides technical cooperation on its own. For example, the joint study with Uzbekistan, Mongolia, Timor-Leste, and other countries, and has concluded memorandum of cooperation with legal and judicial institutions in the partner countries. Please look at the page 6. The Ministry of Justice dispatched long-term expert to JICA's legal technical cooperation project to implement project in the field. The ICD is the main source of long-term experts who, after being trained at the ICD, play a crucial role in the legal technical cooperation in collaboration with the ICD. So far, a total of 63 Ministry of Justice officials have been dispatched as long-term experts for legal technical cooperation, and currently 7 long-term experts, including 2 judges, 4 prosecutors, and 1 administrative officer, are being dispatched to Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Indonesia. In conclusion, through the legal technical cooperation provided by the ICD, we will continue to contribute to further develop legal and judicial cooperation with our partner countries who share universal values such as rule of law and fundamental human rights. Through learning from each other, we will strive to strengthen and deepen the cooperative relationship between Japan and our partner countries. That concludes my presentation on the capacity building and technical cooperation activities of UNAFE and ICD. Since this is a viral opportunity for face-to-face dialogue, we look forward to discussing how we can strengthen cooperation with the 4 Pacific Islands countries here today. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I hope that the presentation from Mr. Seto provided the panelists and audience a better understanding of the actual work undertaken by the Ministry of Justice of Japan and think about potential areas of cooperation. Thank you. Well, now we will continue with presentations from our panelists, starting with Mr. Green from the Republic of Fiji. Mr. Green has more than 20-year career as government attorney at the Office of the Attorney General of Fiji and other governmental agencies, and has appointed as Fiji's Solicitor General last year. He now supervises reform of family law, anti-corruption bill, penal code, and other legislation, as well as extensively engaged in restructuring of government departments of Fiji. Mr. Green, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Assistant Minister of Justice of Japan, Ms. Shibato Noriko, President of Research Institute for the Ministry of Justice, Japan, Honorable Ministers, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa, and a very good morning to you all. Please allow me to thank you so much for the welcome accorded to the Fiji delegation, and of course to my fellow participants from Pacific Island countries. We are indeed humbled by this kind gesture. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the citizens of Japan and the residents of Tokyo, those who have gone before us and those who are present, who have significantly contributed to the political, cultural, and economic center that Japan is today. Additionally, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the co-organizers of this event, the government of Japan through the Ministry of Justice of Japan, in undertaking such an initiative for the promotion of the rule of law and human rights value, which we in Fiji share common values and common grounds with the people of Japan. And sincere thanks as well to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for sharing the same values, for their generous sponsorship of this event. I must say and state that their support has been invaluable in bringing us together to discuss, promote the rule of law, peace, and prosperity in Japan and in the Pacific region as a whole. It is indeed a great privilege to be here today as an invited guest of your country and to speak and to discuss critical themes of promoting the rule of law in Pacific Island countries and the Pacific region as a whole, including international cooperations with countries in and outside of the region. This theme is a paramount importance as it encompasses our collective efforts to strengthen justice and ensure equality, and as well foster international cooperation, both within our region and beyond our borders. The rule of law is the bedrock of any just and democratic society. It ensures that law are applied equally, protecting the rights of all citizens and maintaining order and fairness. In the Pacific region, where our diverse culture and tradition, which enrich our community, have often at times collide with the concept of the rule of law. However, we maintain that the rule of law is essential for sustaining peace, security, and prosperity. The government of Fiji would like to highlight the crucial role of the institutions under the purview of the Ministry of Justice in sustaining and upholding the rule of law. We have set up the Fiji Independent Commission against FICAC, against corruption, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Judicial Department, Legal Aid Commissions, Human Rights Commissions, and Anti-Discrimination Commissions, and of course the Fiji Law Reform Commission. Each of these institutions plays an important and vital role in maintaining the integrity, fairness, and effectiveness of our legal system. This institution ensures that justice is served, human rights are protected, and corruption is combated effectively and efficiently. The government of Fiji is committed to ensuring that these vital bodies are well-funded, well-supported, empowered to fulfill their vital functions without fear or favor. We have often strengthened our legal framework to promote the rule of law. We believe that it is imperative that our legal framework are strengthened. To this effect, we have set up the Law Reform Commission, which plays a pivotal role in improving, reviewing, and updating our law to ensure that outdated laws meet contemporary needs and international conventions. Our legal system, we believe, must be resilient, capable of adapting to new challenges, and responsive to the needs of our people and, of course, our neighbors as well. The Ministry of Justice in Fiji is dedicated to this mission, working tirelessly to enhance the legal infrastructure and ensure that justice is both served and, of course, seen to be served. In relation to access to justice, we believe that access to justice is an important component of the rule of law. The Fiji Judicial Department is committed to enhancing the efficiency and accessibility of our courts. In its initiatives such as mobile courts, digital case management systems have made significant strides in bringing justice closer to our people. Furthermore, we have also set up the role of the Legal Aid Commission, and we believe that the Legal Aid Commission, is crucial in ensuring access to justice for all. The Legal Aid Commission was established pursuant to the Legal Aid Act, enacted in 1996, which provide legal services for those who cannot afford legal representation, ensuring that economic status does not hinder access to justice. And access to justice is not only available to the rich and powerful, but also to the weak in our society. This is vital for protecting the rights of the most vulnerable members of our society. The Legal Aid Commission is founded on the principle of equality and access to justice. This year marks the 26 years of the Legal Aid Commission's existence and services to members of the public. In combating, Madam Moderator, I move on to address the issue of combating corruption. Corruption undermines the rule of law, erodes public trust, and hinders development. We must adopt a robust anti-corruption measure, promote transparency, accountability in governance, and foster a culture of integrity. The Fiji Independent Commission Against Corruption is at the forefront of this battle, investigating and prosecuting corrupt practices across all levels of our society. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecution plays a crucial role. It ensures that prosecutions are conducted fairly, impartially, and in accordance with the rule of law. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is mandated under our Constitution to conduct criminal proceedings and take over criminal proceedings that have been instituted by other person or other authority, and represent the state in all criminal matters across all levels in our courts. The other institutions that we have established is the Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission. We believe, and I believe that all of us believe, human rights are the cornerstone of any democratic society. They represent the fundamental freedoms and protections that every individual is entitled to, regardless of their background, personal characteristics, or circumstances. Upholding this right is not merely a matter of legal obligation, but a testament to our collective commitment to justice, equality, and human dignity. This is why institutions dedicated to promoting, protecting, investigating, reporting, and promoting human rights are an essential part of any democratic society. They serve as guardian of our freedom, ensuring everyone has access to justice and protection against discrimination and abuse. The Judicial Department, we have shifted our focus to the Judicial Department. We embark on the exploration of its pivotal role in our legal framework. The department stands as a key cornerstone of our legal system, upholding justice and safeguarding rights. The principal courts in Fiji are the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, and Magistrate Court, along with various other statutory tribunals, each of which plays a vital role in adjudicating matters across diverse legal domains. And I'll move on to Pacific cooperation and international cooperation with countries within the region and outside the region. Fiji participates in key regional organizations, multilateral, and collaboration through its membership in various organizations and forums in Pacific region that promotes regional cooperation on a wide range of issues, including governance, human rights, consideration, and justice. These key regional organizations and forums include Pacific Island Forum, Melanesian Spearhead Group, Pacific Island Development Forum, and the Pacific Community. In 2019, the University of Fiji, one of Fiji's national universities, signed an MOU with the Pacific Island Development Forum and the Office of the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights for the establishment of an Institute of Human Rights Research for the advancement of studies on the human rights in the Pacific regions and in advocating for its rigorous protection. On international cooperation, the rule of law, we believe, transcends national borders, and its promotion requires collective actions and international cooperation. We must strengthen our partnership with countries both within our region and outside our region. Hence, collaborative efforts in areas such as law enforcement, judicial cooperation, capacity building are essential. For example, the Pacific Island Forum has been instrumental in fostering regional cooperation on security issues, addressing transnational crime and human trafficking. By engaging international partners like Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, we can leverage additional resources to tackle expertise and tackle challenges effectively. In mentioning what I've mentioned above, Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss to mention, or not to mention, that we do face challenges in promoting the rule of law in Fiji. As we look to the future, we perhaps propose several initiatives to enhance our legal and judicial capacity, both domestically and regionally. One of the key proposals is the establishment of a twinning arrangement for drafters from the Pacific and from Fiji as well. Speaking of drafters in a twinning arrangement, one of our senior drafters at the Office of the Attorney General last year attended a one-year course sponsored by Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. This program was held in Tokyo, which was a training program on effective corruption investigation, utilizing international cooperation, and was conducted under the leadership of UNAFI Professor, Director Mori Nayanga. Through that course, our drafter met with the staff from the Ministry of Justice of Japan, creating and building and nurturing networks that continued after the course leading up to your visit, Madam Justice, Vice Minister. We were honored to receive a courtesy visit, which involved very insightful presentation and discussions delivered by respective officers under the purview of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I re-emphasize twinning arrangements will facilitate the exchange of expertise and best practices from the Pacific and other jurisdictions, ensuring that our legal drafters are equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to draft robust and effective bills. Such a program will not only enhance our legal framework, but also foster a sense of solidarity and mutual learning amongst our nations. In addition, may we humbly propose capacity building programs aimed at strengthening the skills and competencies of our legal professionals, including our correction officers in area of enhanced professionalism, improved safety, and ethical standard and promotion of rehabilitation. These programs covers various aspects of the legal system. By investing in professional development, our legal practitioners, correction officers, judicial officers, law enforcement, and Ministry of Justice personnel can ensure that our legal system remains resilient, effective, efficient, and responsive to the further needs of our people. By fostering international cooperation and leveraging expertise of partners like Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, we pray and hope that we can achieve our shared goals and contribute to a more secure and prosperous world. And I would encourage all participants to share their experience, including past and ongoing activities. These include initiatives that have been successful and as well as those that they have faced challenges. By learning from each other, we can develop more effective strategies to uphold the rule of law and promote justice for all. Arigato, Finagawakalebu, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Arigatou gozaimasu. I believe your presentation has provided everyone with a sound understanding of your legal system as well as the challenges you are tackling. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite the Honorable Wesley Zackhras, Minister of Justice, Immigration and Labor of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, to deliver his presentation. The Honorable Wesley Zackhras has a rich career working in the private sector before being elected as Senator of the Marshall Islands in 2017. He was appointed to his current positions this year and has since been drafting and passing legislation in the interest of his people. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Delegates, friends, good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu. Yakwe, from Her Excellency President Hilda Heine and the people of the Marshall Islands. I want to express our appreciation to Sasakawa Peace Foundation for the invitation to join this week Pacific Islands Nations Week. I am honored to deliver some brief remarks on the crucial topic of the rule of law. The Marshall Islands, a young nation founded on democratic principles with a rich cultural heritage, recognize the paramount importance of the rule of law. I want to discuss several requirements for the rule of law and its significance and challenges, and how we can strengthen the rule of law and its application in the Republic of the Marshall Islands. All individuals and institutions, including the government, are subject to the law. No one is above the law. RMI government ensures that human rights are a national priority, and it reflects in the Constitution, national legislation, and policy that have been passed in the Parliament. Everyone receives equal treatment under the law, regardless of background or social status. Fair and impartial legal proceeding and guaranteed ensures protected right, an independent judiciary free from political influence, safeguards the fair application of the law. The rule of the law fosters a stable environment where citizens and business can confidently operate. A predictable legal system attracts investment, promotes economic growth, and safeguards fundamental rights and freedoms, ensuring a just and democratic society. While the Marshall Islands has made significant strides in establishing the rule of law, we are not immune to challenges and are ensuring access to justice and legal representation throughout the islands by implementing legal aid programs, establishing legal clinics, and providing training for local legal professionals. We are also raising public awareness about the importance of the rule of law through educational campaigns and community outreach programs. The Marshall Islands is committed to continuously strengthening the rule of law. We are maintaining the capacity and resources of the judiciary to ensure efficient and effective legal processes and promote legal education and awareness programs for the public and legal professionals. And we also uphold transparency and accountability in the government institutions to prevent corruption by implementing anti-corruption measures, conducting regular audits. The Marshall Islands, unwavering in its commitment to the rule of law, is poised to build a more just, equitable, and prosperous future for its citizens. Thank you again for the opportunity to be part of this important meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. This is the first time I learned about your legal system and challenges. I found it to be most intriguing and insightful. Thank you. And next, I now would like to invite the Honorable Leonito Bacalando Jr., Acting Secretary of Justice of the Federated States of Micronesia, to deliver his presentation. The Honorable Leonito Bacalando Jr. has 20 years of experience of law practice in Micronesia and in the Philippines. As the Acting Secretary of the Department of Justice, he has been providing legal advice to the executive, such as the President and national agencies. Mr. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, honorable colleagues, good morning to all of you. Assistant Vice Minister of Justice of Japan, Ms. Shibata Noriko, thank you for moderating this session. My utmost greetings and respect to Minister of Justice of Japan, His Excellency Koizumi Ryuji, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Kamikawa Yoko, and the President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Mr. Sunami Atsushi. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the government of Japan, the Ministry of Justice of Japan, and the people of Japan for graciously hosting this event here in Tokyo. And a special mention to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for the exceptional logistics support and arrangements for my delegation throughout this week. It is a wonderful opportunity to once again visit Japan, my third visit this year, and I am deeply honored to speak on behalf of the Federated States of Micronesia regarding the promotion of the rule of law in the Pacific Island countries and the broader Pacific region, emphasizing international cooperation within and beyond the region. I am privileged to participate in this panel of legal experts, practitioners, and leaders discussing the rule of law and law enforcement within their respective national jurisdictions. I commend the Ministry of Justice of Japan and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for this excellent special event. Excellencies, justice ministries play a very crucial role in advancing the rule of law, diplomacy, and regional cooperation. The rule of law establishes peace. It is also fundamental in promoting justice, in protecting rights, in ensuring accountability, and in fostering social and economic development in our society. There can be no development without peace. Our culture nurtures peace and harmony. Rule of law establishes a framework of principles and procedures that are transparent, predictable, and universally accepted and understood and embraced by citizens and our institutions. The rule of law not only limits governmental powers, but it is also an important mandate for our leaders to deliver more services to our community and be responsive to societal needs by adhering to established laws and procedures. The rule of law reinforces and protects our culture. In the Micronesian context, our national constitution expressly recognizes and respects diversity of cultures, giving deference to customs and traditions. Our constitution mandates that court decisions must be consistent with the Micronesian customs, traditions, and social and geographical configuration of Micronesia. Upholding the rule of law enhances confidence in institutions and fosters public trust in our legal system, crucial for the functioning of a democratic society and maintaining governance and legitimacy. For Micronesia, the rule of law requires that rules are publicized. Rules are clear, transparent, and accessible to everyone. It ensures fairness, efficiency, impartiality in legal interpretations by our judiciary. The rule of law is essential for establishing a stable and just society, providing a framework to resolve disputes, maintain peace and order, protect human rights, and ensure predictability in legal and economic affairs. In terms of maritime security, legal measures are in place to protect the seas, the oceans, from threats such as piracy, terrorism, trafficking, illegal fishing, environmental degradation, and other illicit activities, ensuring the safety of maritime transportation and infrastructure. The rule of law ensures that the exploitation and conservation of resources are conducted in a safe and equitable manner according to principles of international law. The Pacific region stands at a critical juncture of global trade, boasting some of the richest ocean resources worldwide. Stability in the Pacific region is crucial for global trade, environmental sustainability, and regional peace, necessitating cooperation among the Pacific nations and partners within and beyond the region. Whereas the rule of law provides for the foundational legal framework for governance and societal order, it also allows focusing on protecting oceans and seas from various threats, ensuring their safe and sustainable use for maritime resources and transportation routes. We share common values and a vision. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent emphasizes key themes such as political leadership, regionalism, peace, and security, guided by regional cooperation, commitment to democratic principles, good governance, and respect for the rule of law. Collaboration through the rule of law not only unites us, but also deepens our shared understanding of challenges and opportunities, promoting cooperation, partnerships, and unity. Together, we can advance in the Pacific region, drawing from numerous examples of successful cooperative efforts yielding favorable outcomes. Key areas of cooperation include the preservation and conservation of our shared resources, particularly ocean resources. We have demonstrated our collective strength through teamwork exemplified by the successful conclusion of the BBNJ negotiations and the subsequent treaty adoption at the UN. President Seumanu of Micronesia was the first leader to sign the BBNJ treaty in New York last year, with Palau becoming the first country to ratify the said treaty this year. In conclusion, Excellencies, I am delighted to be joined by honorable colleagues from the Justice Ministries and law enforcement agencies today, showcasing how synergies are possible through collaboration, shared values, and forging a strong bond for the future. Together, we are much more stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was truly informative and full of insights on how we can cooperate with your country in the future. Now, I would like to invite the Honorable Matamua Seumanu Vasati Sili Pulufana, Minister of Justice and Courts Administration of the Government of the Independent State of Samoa, to deliver her presentation. The Honorable Matamua Seumanu Vasati Sili Pulufana is a trained teacher with work experience teaching at colleges as well as in the private sector. She was elected to the Parliament and chosen as the Honorable Minister of Justice and Courts Administration. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Minister of Justice, President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Assistant Vice Minister of Justice of Japan, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and officials, ladies and gentlemen. Well, talofa lava and warm greetings from Samoa. Firstly, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the invitation extended to me and my delegation to be a part of this Palm 10 related event. I thank our hosts, the Government of Japan, through the Ministry of Justice Japan, as well as the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, for the very warm welcome and gracious hospitality that has been shown to us. It is a privilege to be here, and we welcome the valuable opportunity to participate and contribute to this panel discussion, which focused on promoting the rule of law, not only within our individual jurisdiction, but also in and across our Blue Pacific region. We in the Pacific, we share many common challenges and issues, threats and vulnerabilities. But we also have the opportunity to share ideas, develop unique solutions, and strengthen mutual cooperation towards promoting and strengthening the rule of law, not only at the domestic level, but also the regional and international level. Today, we continue to witness and experience threats to the rule of law at the international, regional, and domestic levels. Over recent years, and following our general election in 2021, Samoa too has experienced challenges to the rule of law in our nation. But we have also seen the rule of law upheld and respect for the rule of law ultimately prevail. This in large part can be attributed to our unique Samoa culture, which simply means the Samoan way of life, our customs, values, and traditions, as well as an independent judiciary, which has responsibility for interpretation and application of the law, and also for protecting the rule of law. The rule of law, which is in simplified terms, can be summarized as the idea or principle that all people are subject to the law, that the laws applies equally to everyone, and that no one is above the law. This is of fundamental importance to ensuring peace, harmony, and security in society, including at the regional and international level. It is crucial for sustained and equitable social and economic development, for poverty eradication and the protection of fundamental human rights and democracy. Moreover, the rule of law is, as was recognized in the 2012 Declaration of the High-Level Meeting of the General Assembly on the Rule of Law at the national and international levels, as the basis on which just and fair societies are built. Given its significance, Samoa takes this opportunity to reaffirm its commitment to upholding and promoting the rule of law at all levels of society. Let me then talk about some of Samoa's priorities, expectations, and plans for advancing or strengthening the rule of law at home. Samoa's current national development strategy, known as the Pathway for Development of Samoa 2021-2022 to 2025-2026, it sets out a long-term vision of fostering social harmony, safety, and freedom for all. And it adopts the theme of empowering communities, building resilience, and inspiring growth. This vision is to be achieved through 5 key strategic outcomes, which include security and trusted governance. Under this key strategic outcome, the government is committed to safeguarding the rule of law and ensuring the protection of our fundamental rights and freedoms as mandated under relevant acts of parliament and our constitution. These rights and freedoms being consistent with our international obligations and commitments. For the achievement of this key strategic outcome, Samoa has identified 3 key areas for action, namely 1, empowered legislation, 2, improved accountability, and 3, dynamic global relations and partnership. In relation to the first key priority area, namely empowered legislation, the government has stated that every person in Samoa is subject to the law, and they should expect that the nation's laws are fair, non-discriminatory, and respectful of human rights. Recognizing this, the government has prioritized the need for a well-functioning legal and court system and committed to reviewing and strengthening our legislative frameworks to ensure consistency with the Constitution, to strengthen and protect judicial independence, facilitate greater coherence between our formal and customary systems, and ensure the protection of children, women, and the most vulnerable in society. I mentioned earlier the important role that an independent judiciary and court system has played in restoring, protecting, and upholding the rule of law in Samoa in recent times. This must continue to be the case. Samoa's priority, as set out in the Pathway for the Development of Samoa, reflects and recognizes the importance of this. It is important also to continue to build public confidence in the judiciary and the courts. As to undermine confidence in court is to undermine the rule of law. In this regard, we have a number of ongoing legislative reforms that include review or amendment of our constitutional provisions relating to protecting the independence of the judiciary, and review of other legislation pertaining to the work of the courts. We also continue to review our family laws, which include laws pertaining to addressing domestic violence and to protection of women and children. In addition to and aligned with the pathway for the development of Samoa, Samoa also has in place a law and justice sector plan for the period 2021 to 2025. The law and justice sector comprises key law and justice government agencies, such as the Ministry of Justice and Courts Administration, of course, the Ministry of Police and Prison, Attorney General's Office, Office of the Ombudsman, the Samoa Law Reform Commission, Ministry of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, as well as civil society and non-government organization that includes the Samoa Law Society, National Council of Churches, and village representatives. The Law and Justice Sector Plan, while pending review, envisions a safe, secure, fair, just, and inclusive Samoa to be achieved through 3 key outcomes, which, when achieved, will also make a contribution to promoting and strengthening the rule of law. These 3 outcomes are: first, improve community safety and community well-being achieved through better crime prevention and crime management. A national crime prevention policy has been developed and is pending approval by the government. Second, improved access to the justice system, including availability of people-centered legal and justice services through greater cross-agency collaborations and protection of women, children, and vulnerable groups in the justice system, and B, greater public awareness of laws, including people's awareness of their legal rights and obligations under the law. And thirdly, improved border security and national safeguards to combat and reduce transnational criminal activity at the borders, as mentioned by others. Samoa continues to make gradual progress towards the achievement of its priorities and plans, but as with any small island state, progress is not without its challenges. As always, there is the need to ensure that we have the resources, the systems and infrastructure, and the capabilities necessary for implementation. This includes incorporating and harnessing the use of modern technology and the need for continuous development and capacity building for our people. While those are some of the priorities and plans that Samoa has at the domestic level to ensure the protection and promotion of the rule of law in Samoa, we also remain committed to promoting the rule of law across our Blue Pacific region and at the international level. For our region, Samoa remains committed to the aspiration and plans as set out under the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, envisions for our people, Pacific people, a resilient Pacific region of peace, harmony, security, social inclusion, and prosperity that ensures all Pacific people can lead free, healthy, and productive lives. The Pacific region continues to face many unique challenges, and the continued commitment of leaders with ongoing dialogue and mutual cooperation with each other and regional and international partners will be crucial to ensuring that we collectively overcome these challenges and achieve the aspirations and goals we have set out for ourselves. To conclude, there is a Samoan saying, "E afua mai maunga manui o nuu," which literally can be translated as, "From the mountains flows the blessings or prosperities of a village." While metaphorically, It recognizes that the blessings and prosperity of our family, our villages, our nation, and our region flows from our leaders. Their vision, integrity, ability to take action, and engage in mutual cooperation with relevant partners. The government of Samoa recognizes the importance of this in promoting and strengthening the rule of law at the national, regional, and international level as we work towards ensuring peace, harmony, security, and prosperity for our people, for our region, and our international community. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Soifua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Well, while I had the pleasure of visiting your country earlier this year and hearing about your legal system and challenges, today you provided new perspectives and insights, which I think are very meaningful future cooperation. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite the distinguished panelists from Australia and New Zealand to offer their perspectives on our theme. Needless to say, Australia and New Zealand are the forerunners when it comes to cooperation with the Pacific Island nations. Japan truly respects the work that the two countries have been undertaking and is very eager to learn from your experience. It is a privilege to have your countries join us today, as it will definitely enrich our discussions in thinking about our future cooperation. I first would like to invite Ms. Claire Elias, Acting Deputy Head of Delegation of the Australian Embassy, Tokyo, to deliver her presentation. Claire, the floor is yours.
ありがとうございます。こんにちは。Well, thank you, Shibata-san, for your introduction and really your cooperation on this important issue. I think what the Ministry of Justice is doing today and your objective is very honourable, and certainly the way that the Ministry of Justice is coordinating with Australia as well as Pacific partners in New Zealand, we really welcome. So thank you so much. And I want to obviously acknowledge all the distinguished guests, especially ministers that we have today, police commissioners, Solicitor General, and many other officials. Some have travelled much further than me to be here today. And thank you to Sasakawa Peace Foundation as well for hosting and really for its very long-standing commitment and action and programs in the region. It's a very important partner. I'm delighted to speak today about law and justice cooperation in the Pacific from the Australian government's perspective. I have to say it's a hard act to follow when we have such eminent leaders in the Pacific really doing the most important work to ensure rule of law and tackling some of those really challenging issues every day, like corruption and some of those new policy challenges as well. So it's a really honour to actually hear everyone's perspective today, and I know it will soon be lunch, so it's a very, very difficult position that I'm in, and I'll try and be brief. But for a fuller context, I want to just start by setting out some of the underpinning concepts of Australia's work in the Pacific. Australia, we really see that Australia is of the Pacific, and our peace and prosperity and resilience is really intrinsically intertwined with that of Pacific Island countries. So strengthening Australia's relationships with the Pacific family is the highest government's priority. So fundamentally, this is about listening to Pacific voices and responding in partnership with Pacific countries to Pacific priorities and needs. Australia's priority is to ensure that the Blue Pacific remains peaceful and prosperous and equipped to respond to the challenges of our time, and we've heard about many of those this morning. And through our support for the Pacific Islands Forum, which is the preeminent regional institution, we're building a stronger Pacific region. Regional unity, I can't emphasise enough, but regional unity is central to protecting our shared interests. We are certainly stronger together to address some of these emerging challenges. So we're working with our regional partners to help them become more economic resilient, to develop critical infrastructure and provide their own security. And most importantly, we put front and centre the challenge of climate and climate change, which is really the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security and well-being of people of the Pacific. And we know that climate is a cross-cutting issue affecting security, law enforcement, justice. And so to deal with all these challenges, we're expanding our resources, and we too are adapting to some of our programs. We're adapting our programs to meet the needs of the Pacific. So our development assistance program is now over 2 billion Australian dollars a year in the Pacific, and the rule of law is a really important priority across that development assistance program. I want to just mention the Australia-Tuvalu Whalapili Union, which is fairly new, and it's the first agreement of its kind anywhere in the world that provides a pathway for mobility with dignity as climate impacts worsen. And it's the first binding instrument that shows that statehood endures and can endure in the face of sea level rise. So this actually is part of our justice and security engagement, enabling that mobility, providing those security assurances, and really investing in things like infrastructure and education and health, so that Tuvaluans have a chance to live and study in Australia, but also remain in Tuvalu should they wish. And yeah, as I said, it's part of our justice and security commitment, and that's because underpinning all of the challenges in the Pacific and underpinning this intensive development and economic and security solutions is law and justice. It affects and underpins everything, and that's why we have to make it a priority. So our Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, he recently made a speech just on these issues, on justice and law enforcement, when he visited Port Moresby for our ministerial conference with our ministerial forum with Papua New Guinea. 7 ministers attended that. He was one. He said, the rule of law holds immense power in shaping our societies and determining the path our countries will take into the future. He said that the rule of law means, and I want to say this because it really picks up on what others have said today, the rule of law means equality before the law, that no matter a person's background, access to power or resources, they are subject to the same laws and they're fairly applied. And it fosters economic growth and development and security. Certainly entrepreneurs and investors can engage in business activity with the confidence of rule of law. So it cuts across all of the key agendas in the Pacific. And of course, Pacific leaders have had a long-standing commitment to the rule of law with the Biketawa Declaration in 2000 and also the Framework for Pacific Regionalism in 2014. And there's actually really important existing regional mechanisms that countries like Australia and Japan and New Zealand can support. One example is the Pacific Islands Law Officers Network, known as PILON. And PILON has been in existence for 43 years now, itself or its predecessor. And I'm pleased that PILON has provided its support to this event today and is in attendance through their coordinator based in Apia. And I want to thank Samoa and the Minister for playing that really important role of hosting PILON. Thank you. So for those that don't know, the PILON network, it's a network of senior law officers from 19 Pacific Island countries and territories, and 16 observer members from regional and international organisations. Also the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, the Pacific Islands Chiefs of Police, and of course UNODC as well. Australia and New Zealand as well provides financial support for the operations of the PILON Secretariat and its activities. And we find, and I hope others do too, it's a really useful consultative body for Pacific law reform when we're undertaking these difficult reforms. And it's a forum also through which capacity building initiatives can be progressed. Australia's law and justice cooperation also ensures the region has law enforcement capabilities to address the security challenges of our time. And we're doing this bilaterally as well. And so these are really integrated. So for example, with Papua New Guinea, we have a $200 million package that was announced recently by our Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Ropate and the Australian Prime Minister, that really looks at policing, infrastructure, advisory and leadership roles, and what we call full circle law and justice support. So it's addressing non-traditional areas of security, including climate, cyber, gender-based violence and so forth. We're doing similar things in Vanuatu. The Vanuatu Australia Policing and Justice Program provides training, capacity building in areas including police recruitment, criminal investigations, family protection, professional standards, and we've also helped improve women and children's access to justice in Vanuatu. We're also we really bring in the Australian Federal Police as well in a lot of this work. And so the Australian Federal Police is working across 6 countries to develop capabilities. And then especially we try to really support the regional mechanisms. So the police, the Pacific Islands Chiefs of Police, the Pacific Transnational Crime Network and the Pacific Transnational Crime Coordination Centre, and the Pacific Community for Law Enforcement Cooperation. So these regional mechanisms do a range of things: information sharing, intelligence sharing, capability building to disrupt criminal networks and really promote that regional cooperation. So to finish off, I mean, what are some of the lessons that we've learnt over the many years that we've been working with Pacific partners? So at its core, I think you've heard me say this already, but support for Pacific-led regional solutions is absolutely paramount. And then all of our other lessons sort of stem from that. So first, I would say that the Pacific region is unique in all its beauty and complexity. It's unique, and every country has its own legal systems and its own needs. And what works in Southeast Asia, for example, or another region doesn't necessarily work as well in the Pacific. And so we really need to listen to what is needed and adapt to those specific needs. And we've heard today those specific needs are adapting themselves, so we need to be nimble in that. The other thing, and I think we were talking about this last night, we gain a lot more when we shape our engagement in law and justice, when it's a reciprocal opportunity. to learn from each other, to learn from good practices. We've learnt a lot from the practices and the approaches in Pacific Island countries. So when we approach this as a reciprocal opportunity to strengthen each other's systems, that takes us further. And finally, it's really essential to coordinate, particularly those wishing to provide assistance and capacity building. We have to coordinate so that we can really target, we can fill the needs and the gaps, and we're not sort of doubling up and becoming a burden. So that's why we really welcome today's event. Thank you again. It's so important to share experiences, needs. It's been incredibly rich discussion already today, and the lessons, and incredibly important to promote coordination. So thank you. We really welcome Japan engaging more in the law and justice sector, and particularly by supporting, regionally led solutions and promoting that coordination and providing tailored solutions to respond to the needs. And we certainly look forward to continuing to strengthen and improve and coordinate our programs to increase the benefit to the Pacific region, because law and justice, it really underpins all of the agenda across the Pacific, security, development. So I just want to finish with a quotable quote from my Foreign Minister, Senator Penny Wong. And she recently said when she visited Tuvalu to work on that Felipili Union, she said, "How we choose to work together shapes our region towards a Pacific that is peaceful, that is safe, that is prosperous, because none of us can achieve the future if we seek it alone. We have to work together to achieve that future." So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire. Well, as I mentioned earlier, learning from your experience is a true asset for us. And we are grateful to have your contribution, and we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much. And lastly, we will be having the last panelist, Ms. Toli Sagaga, Director of the Pacific Justice Sector Program of New Zealand, to deliver her presentation. Ms. Sagaga was born to Samoan parents and grew up in New Zealand. Her legal career extends over 20 years and has worked in both the public and private sectors. She has been appointed to her present position in 2023. So, Ms. Sagaga, the floor is yours.
Arigato gozaimasu, Madam Moderator. Ohayo gozaimasu, konnichiwa. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te mihi tuatahi, ki te runga rawa, tēnā koe. Ko te mihi tuarua, i te hunga mate, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Ko te mihi tuatoru, ki te hunga ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, whakatau mai rā ki tēnei wahi haumaru. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia orana, Kasalelia, Nisa Bulamanaka, Mauri, e ka moeromo, whakalofalahi atu, Ali, Guri Hai, Yokwe, Tā Lofa, Halo o Keta, Malo i Lelei, Malo ni, Tā Lofa Koutou, Hello, and warm Pacific greetings to you all. Toli Sanga Des, and I'm the Director of the Aotearoa New Zealand Pacific Justice Sector Program at Te Kura Kai Whakawā. My greetings in Te Reo Māori was to acknowledge and thank the Lords, the gods, acknowledge those that have passed, and all of you here today, including distinguished guests, to this important meeting for our Pacific brothers and sisters and how we can best serve justice and uphold the rule of law. I also want to acknowledge and pay special tribute to the Ministry of Justice of Japan, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also the President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, as well as Nippon Foundation for organising this important meeting, and also inviting Aotearoa New Zealand to participate in these discussions, kōrero, talanoanga, on how best we can work together to serve our Pacific. It's an honour and privilege to be here today, and it's also an honour to be able to listen and to learn from our partners. Now, arigato gozaimasu. I have just greeted you in 15 of our Pacific languages, and that represents 15 Pacific Island countries Aotearoa New Zealand support in our work. Those countries are the Cook Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Niue, Palau, Papua New Guinea, the Republic of Marshall Islands, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. The diversity and richness of culture that stretches across the Pacific is represented not only in these greetings, but also in our work. So who are we? PJSP is the Aotearoa New Zealand program that supports Pacific courts, judicial officers, legal advocates, and community-led justice providers to develop their skills and experience to improve access to justice. We are funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade and operate in the Office of the Chief Justice with the Ministry of Justice in New Zealand. So if you've got a handout on that first page, the image down below is a piece by Megan Salole illustrating our vision for the work on what we do in the Pacific. Our long-term goal is to see accessible, fair, just, responsive, and efficient justice systems that continue to support a stable, a prosperous, and resilient Pacific region. Justice systems that are enabled to operate in this way, that is accessible, fair, just, responsive, and efficient, are the kinds of systems that are needed in the Pacific to uphold the rule of law. Although it's approximately 30,000 islands make up less than 2% of the Pacific Ocean, New Zealand recognises that Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, our ocean, is the great connector of the Pacific Islands. As observed by Professor Epeli Hauofa, it is the water that connects the people of the Pacific. We should not be defined by the smallness of our islands, but in the greatness of our oceans. We are the sea, we are the ocean, Oceania is us. So with that vision in mind, Aotearoa New Zealand program is shaped by some of the values we believe to be shared by the people of the Pacific, those being reciprocity, as mentioned by my friend, service, and respect. So what is in our kete, our basket? Just like the oceans, our aspirations are large. We have a number of tools in our kete that we use to bring us closer to achieving those goals. On that second page, engagement is our starting point, and that's integral to everything we do. We want to build trusted relationships with the Pacific so that our Pacific partner countries can communicate their needs to us. It is important to us that we meet our people where they are and understand the reality of the problems that they may face in the day-to-day of their work. We engage with our Pacific partners in a number of ways, including through in-country visits, the use of online communication platforms. Zoom is one of the best ones that we're using at the moment, and continued correspondence between our staff and key actors in each jurisdiction. So that allows us to provide tailored training and resources to meet the needs of our people in context. Through that engagement, our Pacific partner countries have identified some key areas in which they would like support in. They have identified support for professional and leadership development for judicial officers and court staff, litigation skills, training for advocates, technical advice to improve court systems, refining case management systems, and best practice court processes and initiatives that improve access to reliable information. So through the engagement and provision of training and resources, we hope to improve access to justice in the Pacific. We aim to facilitate relationships between community and state justice bodies, support the inclusion of the voices of the vulnerable people, as my friends have mentioned this morning, in discussions, support courts to enhance community understanding of legal and human rights, and develop a shared understanding of what works to increase access to justice for vulnerable people. So now that you know who we are and our vision for work and the tools that we use in the work, I'll just talk briefly about what we expect to see in the short, medium and long term and how that connects us to the rule of law. So through our engagement with our Pacific partner countries, we identified some common and immediate needs shared across the region. In the short term, our work is primarily focused on capacity building, and that has been mentioned numerous times from my esteemed panellists. So we support our Pacific countries, partner countries, to receive improved access to development and leadership opportunities, training, resources, case management systems, and reliable information. So by increasing the capacity of the Pacific judicial benches, it will enable them to meet the needs of vulnerable people in the short term. And while working with the Pacific judiciary, we are also working with the legal professions in each jurisdiction to improve access to litigation skills training and resources. So through our discussions with the 15 Pacific Chief Justices, they have all agreed that better equipped legal professionals will be able to more effectively engage with the courts and in turn make it easier for judicial officers to carry out their duties and to uphold the rule of law. Aotearoa New Zealand will continue to look for ways to work with Pacific partner countries to increase capacity on an ongoing basis. In the medium term, we want to capitalise on the additional capacity and the relationships established in the Pacific as a result of our work. We hope to see more collaboration between Pacific jurisdictions as judicial officers attend various trainings together and they share their experiences together, with the court staff and judicial officers receiving better access to resources, training and tools. What we hope will follow is it will be easier for courts to produce just decisions in a timely manner. The flow-on assumption will be that additional capacity in the formal courts will be utilised to build stronger relationships with community-based justice systems. Ultimately, the well-resourced, connected and trained actors in the formal and community justice systems will empower the Pacific justice sectors to uphold the rule of law. In the long term, the goal is that we strive for is to achieve courts delivering fair, just and timely decisions, and to improve access to high quality justice for vulnerable groups and people. I would like to finish off, so I'll keep it brief because we know that our tummies are rumbling at the moment. I'll finish off with a Māori whakatauki, and this is what our team works by, and it is nā tō raurau, nā taku raurau, ka oranga ai ngā iwi. With your food basket and my food basket, the people will thrive. I look forward to our meeting later today so we can listen and learn, work together to improve justice systems that operate in a way that is accessible, fair, just, responsive and efficient to uphold the rule of your law. Thank you again for the opportunity to share. Ngā mihi nui, vinaka vakalevu, whawhitai lava, jodesu. Arigato gozaimasu.
Ms. Sagaga, well, your presentation has provided us with a rich perspective and insights as to how we can better cooperate with the Pacific Island nations, and also we learned some words and greetings of Pacific Island nations. Thank you very much. And we have around 5 minutes for a brief Q&A session. If you wish to take the floor, please raise your hand. A staff will bring you the microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before asking your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Naoki Sugano from a Deputy Director of UNIFE, which President Seto has introduced in his presentation. I'm very grateful for the distinguished panelists for sharing your views and information about your initiative priorities that has been taking place. UNIFE greatly appreciates this opportunity and looks forward to enhancing our collaboration in the region. And it has been very great insights provided with priority areas, including corruption, transnational organized crime, and for building resilience to prevent crime, for the prevention of crimes. I took note of distinguished Minister of Samoa mentioning protection of women and children in the context of justice system, which I would be delighted to hear further about any cultural or social context in Samoa or in the region about the needs for protecting children and women for the prevention of crime and building resilient society. Because this is one of the topics that UNIFE will be organizing in the Crime Congress coming up in 2026, which is building resilient societies through protection of women, youth, and through empowerment and education. So if you could further elaborate and provide us any insights about your efforts or initiative or social and cultural context in this theme, I would be very delighted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Honorable Minister, could you please answer to the question?
Thank you so much for your question, and I appreciate the opportunity to share some of the programs and plans in place in Samoa in order for the issue of protecting women and children. In the meantime, we have an act called the Family Safety Act that provides a legal framework that guide many plans and programs that guided areas of protection of women and children. We also lay down some of the programs involving implementing some of other laws in relating to family violence and domestic violence as well, and policies that prevent those violence, exploitation, and discrimination against women and children. We also provide support services such as shelters, counseling, legal aid, and education to empower them and promote gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 誰か手挙げてる。Well,
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished panelists, and thank you to Sasakawa Peace Foundation for possibility to attend today. My name is...
Sorry. Minister, the Honorable Minister wants to... Sorry, and then you will be asking the question. So, Minister, please.
It's just to add to the answer before. Helping women and children is very important now in Samoa. We're protecting them, and going forward now, I'm not saying anything further away from this topic, but what I mean is we ever since we start taking care of women and children, a lot of women are coming up and coming out. And this probably doesn't link with violence or all that, but it just happens that it links, it moves on to from having this legislation, and they're even in a budget, I think the able people and the women and children. And yeah, that's how I see it. That's from my own point of view. Being in Samoa, looking at it, a lot of women are coming up, moving up from, you know. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And well, I think your question will be the last question in this morning session, but please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Donald Hanley. I'm Associate Director of the Institute of Air and Space Law at McGill University in Canada. I was very interested to hear your contributions on the importance of the rule of law. I noticed that most of the topics were spoken on the domestic legal level, and I'm wondering what scope there is for multilateral collaboration amongst the Pacific nations with regard to rule of law, both with regard to, there's mention of women and children. One area which I think in particular requires multilateral collaboration is human trafficking, but also could even, maybe we don't have time to discuss now, but even the issue of compliance by states with their international rule of law obligations, treaty obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. And well, we still have this comes to the end of this morning session, but is there anyone who wants to say, give comments or something to the panelists? I don't see any comments and questions. So this brings us to the closing of this event. I believe this session has served as a great way towards our new cooperation in the field of law and justice with a view to promoting the rule of law in the Pacific region. I wish to reiterate our sincere appreciation to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for co-organizing this important event, as well as the distinguished panelists for their presentations. And I'm confident that this event has provided us with a wealth of information and insights on how we can advance our cooperation. This is just a small step, but I believe it is nevertheless a giant step for the future of fruitful and amicable cooperation between the Pacific Island nations and Japan towards promoting values such as the rule of law. I also wish to express my appreciation to the audience for their enthusiastic participation, as well as to all the staff who have devoted their time and effort passionately to make this event possible. Thank you all, and I now announce that this morning session is adjourned. Thank you very much.
ご来場の皆様、本日は
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much indeed for joining us today for this program. I particularly greeting and welcome to all the distinguished delegates who have come to Japan all the way from their respective countries. We are very pleased to begin the GX Energy Transition Seminar. My name is Miko Maekawa, Senior Fellow of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I'm going to serve as the MC and the moderator today. Today's seminar is video recorded and will be distributed to the public YouTube and later, and you can refer to the material for the presentations on the YouTube screen. We first invite Dr. Katsuya Kuge, JICA Headquarters, Infrastructure Management Department, Energy and Mining Group, for opening address. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kuge from JICA. It's a great pleasure and the honor for me to be able to you. And my special thanks to delegation from the Pacific Island countries. I believe that it's really hot here in Tokyo. I wonder how you have been feeling staying in Tokyo. And my sincere thanks to you for your sharing time with us today, from your taking time from your busy schedule. Palm 10 will begin next week, and we are very excited to be able to organize this seminar together with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and for organizing this seminar. And we focus on energy transition and green transition around the world, in addition to climate change. And there are many the difficulties and challenges, including arms conflict, as well as the divisions in various forms. And the green transformation and the energy transition, prompted by technological innovation, have been accelerating as well. So what future we need to create by ourselves, that is the important challenge for us to explore the way forward. So I believe that today's seminar is very timely. Today we have the speakers from the various countries and various positions, reflecting their own experience on the field. I sincerely hope that all the presentations today will give you new perspectives. Thank you very much.
久木様、ありがとうございました。では、
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuge. Now we'd like to start session 1, Voice from PICs. We'd like to listen to what Pacific Island countries have to say about their status quo. First, General Manager of Tuvalu Electricity Corporation, Mr. Mahalu Lotolua, will talk about the national energy policy of Tuvalu, energy transition to renewable energy. Mr. Lotolua is an electricity engineer, and he has 38 years of experience in the industry. He has abundant knowledge and skills on technology. Thank you, Mr. Lotolua, please.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Before I start my story for Tuvalu's national energy policy and energy transition to renewable energy, I would like to say thanks very much to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for the invitation extended to Tuvalu to be part of this event. So I will try to be brief given the time given. And I hope you'll have some interesting discussions after this presentation. Okay. Let's talk about Tuvalu in brief. I will highlight it, where Tuvalu is, some background information, and also the birth of the Tuvalu national energy policy, and past and present renewable energy situation in back home, some on the energy efficiency portfolio, challenges, and how we achieve the goal, and the way forward to achieve the targeted goal that was set, and other related initiatives that Tuvalu is moving towards, and lessons learned, and how we can improve further. Okay. Tuvalu is formerly known as the Gilbert and Ellis Island, that is during the colonial era, and it is a Polynesian country. It is a sovereign state country with 9 low-lying islands, 5 atolls, and 4 reefs. They are small atoll islands. The country gained its independence in 1978, so still young country. Total land area is about 26 kilometers squared, with its EZ, exclusive economic zones, about 700,000 kilometers, and 4 meters above sea level. Well, of course, Tuvalu is vulnerable to the impact of climate change and sea level rise. Population is about 11,000 people in the island. So 58% are living on the main island, and the balance is scattered in the out islands. Funafuti is the seat of government, and access between the islands is only by boat. So, in recent development, there is the government is working on a national service to the out islands, and I think it's a good initiative where access to the out islands will be more accessible. You can see the distance between the islands. From Funafuti to the Northern Island is about more than 400 kilometers, and to the south is about more than 100 kilometers. 7 islands in Tuvalu are on mini-grid, and 2 on standalone home solar systems. And the main island, of course, there are grid-connected systems on the main island. So access of the population to electricity is about 98% of people are access to electricity. Now let's talk about the national Tuvalu national energy policy. why Tuvalu developed this national policy. Well, the vision, that's the vision. Every plans and policies have visions. It's quite a long vision and also goals to be achieved. So at the Tuvalu National Energy Policy, there are two stated goals. One is to achieve the 100% renewable energy and also 30% energy efficiency. That's the goal was set from the Tuvalu National Energy Policy. So, of course, Tuvalu is highly dependent on fossil fuel, more or less as the other Pacific islands, and that's for their power generation and also transportation. The renewable energy and conservation, as I've stated, is 100% renewable energy by 2020. Well, 2020 already passed, and I will highlight it later in the presentation, the challenges that we face, and also the increase of energy efficiency from more energy efficient appliances. And those are the strategic areas out of policy. There are 7. And I will talk more on the renewable energy side. Okay, now I will talk on the linkages of the Tuvalu National Energy Policy to other government policies. There are other government policies, and it is directly linked to the Kakenga is the government national strategic plan that is 2021-2030, and also the climate change policy. So they are all have linkages to the Tuvalu National Energy Policy. So the Tuvalu Energy Policy is not isolated from other plans and policy for government. As you know, that our new government just came in February this year, beginning of this year, and they have 21 priorities were set. These 21 policies were set by the new government. It was to address the population's concern or the public concern on issues related to climate change and sea level rise. So, and for the electricity and energy sector, there are 5 priorities that are directly linked to our efforts in driving the renewable energy portfolio. And those are listed in the presentation. Well, institutional arrangement is also important, whereby for it, the key stakeholders are to be aware of what duties and activities for them to be done. It is basically not to duplicate each task. So, as mentioned, as highlighted, the energy sector, there is an energy department within the Ministry of Transport, Energy, Communication, and Innovation, where the energy department sits, and they are more or less on policy level, whereas the Tuvalu Electricity Corporation, where I worked for, is mainly for the operation and management of all the generators and also those solar PV installations. Well, the master plan, it is basically developed to guide the implementation of renewable energy to achieve the stated goal. And this was developed after the energy policy. The first goal was set to be achieved by 2020, as I stated previously. Unfortunately, it was not achieved, so it shifted to 2025. So, and now they the government also shifted 2030. Why they been shifting? It is basically to align the
the plan with the NTC, where the government has set the NTC to almost zero emissions by 2030. So that's why they've been shifting the target to be achieved, just to align with what they have set for the Tuvalu NTC. Okay, in the plan, as you know, that Tuvalu cannot achieve 100% renewable energy with one technology. It needs to explore other avenues to able to achieve the targeted goal. So in the plan, it stated there are three proven technologies that the plan stresses to be for Tuvalu to work on. So first is solar. So where solar, as you know, that solar is abundantly in Tuvalu. So the percentage is about 60 to 90% of efforts to be for solar. And secondly is the wind. The wind is about 0 to 40%, and the remaining is 5% for biofuel. That's the technologies that are proven and matured, stated by the implementation for Tuvalu to pursue on these technologies. And of course, not forgetting the energy efficiency is also another important area to avoid additional renewable energy generation. Let's talk about the past, present of renewable energy development in Tuvalu. In 2000, most of the islands were electrified by diesel generators, as listed in the presentation. So, and also Funafuti, the main island, was also on diesel generators. And in 2008, there was a demonstration of 40 kilowatt was installed in Tuvalu on Funafuti. And this 40 kilowatt solar PV, it was funded by the E8, if some of you can remember that, that's years back. And the E8 is comprises of 8 biggest companies in the world, electric companies in the world. And from Japan, it was Kansai Electric, was part of this global movement. So Kansai assisted to install this 40 kilowatt in Tuvalu. And from this 40 kilowatt, and that's where drives the interest of donors to assist Tuvalu with this all solar technology. So I will highlight that later. Most of our projects that's derived from this 40 kilowatt solar PV, it was meant to be a demonstration, and it drives the interest of the donor community to assist Tuvalu to develop further into solar technologies. Present development. So in 2000, it was also changed to hybrid in the islands, where solar PV, hybrid generators, and also battery. They all installed in the islands, all 7 islands, and also on Funafuti, the generators that were donated by the Japan Grant Aid. And so the station was past was also deteriorating. So at the moment, those batteries in the islands are deteriorating, and some of them are failed at the moment. So I will also highlight why they deteriorated and why they also fail. So as you can see in the graph, there are so many lines there. And those lines have some meaning. So if you see that in 2016, most of these are representing the consumption of diesel. As you see that in 2016, the consumption was less as compared to 2015. As 2015, at the end of 2015, most of these hybrid solar PV were completed. So 2016 up to 2018, we have savings out of those projects. And 2018 start to climb up. So the increase is basically, as I mentioned previously, that's due to deterioration of solar PV and also the failure of batteries in the outlets. So the power generation will revert back to diesel. So consumption of diesel starts to increase. So just showing the impact of renewables in comparison to diesel consumption. Energy efficiency is also important, and as I mentioned, it will be avoid the more additional capacities within the, and I will highlight some of our efforts in what we do in terms of energy efficiency in Tuvalu. In 2016, our parliament approved the Energy Efficiency Act. So, well, the acts promote energy efficiency and legislate control of import, especially the importation of inefficient appliances into the country. As you know that we just can't go alone with renewable energy. It has to be coupled or to tied up with energy efficiency in order to have some impact on all these efforts. And unfortunately, as we move towards this initiative, we need more efforts for the public to have some mindsets, especially in considering energy efficiency appliances as compared to non-efficient appliances. As you know, the issue here, because people don't see the savings they will get. And also energy efficient appliances are more expensive than non-efficient ones. And they are easy to get. So most of the public or people back home, they tend to move to efficient appliances because the cost is lower than the most efficient ones. So there needs to be a lot more work to be done to change the mindset of the public. And also the government removed put in some duties. They removed some of these duties, basically to attract for people to buy more efficient appliances. So well done for the government, though, they removed most of these taxes for people for the appliances to be a lot cheaper, for people to be affordable. The other area where the government is looking at, they put in some funds into a loan to be able to buy a more efficient appliances. So that's within the Development Bank of Tuvalu. And secondly, window tinting, there is also efforts in tinting the windows for most government. This is a demo to enable them to reduce the heat. So reducing heat will also reduce the demand. And few others initiatives that we pursue in order to have an impact on energy efficiency. I'm just rushing through, my time is almost there. So where we are at the moment with all our renewable energy effort, at the moment we are just 19%. We are sitting on 19%. Despite we started off with 25, but due to failures and issues faced, so we just dropped down to 19%. So at the moment, 19% of penetration, mainly with solar. not with the other two technologies. So how we achieve the goal? Okay, the challenges, I think this is an important one. There are a couple of challenges that's involved within our transition. And I think number one is grid stability. As we move towards renewable, grid stability is a must to be looked at so that not to cause any issues as you move towards the transition. So those are the some of the challenges. And also, it is also important to note that as back home, we don't have space. So, and that's where, as you see the picture on top is a floating PV in a pond. So now it's working. We did that basically just to see whether it's working successfully or not before we move on towards a larger project. So to achieve the goal, we have about 10 megawatts is needed for us to reach 100%. And so battery, we need about 3 megawatt hour and 21 3 megawatt and 21 megawatt hour. And also energy efficiency is a must. So it's a long way to go to be able to achieve 100%. So those are some of the figures that we look at. We are looking at for renewable energy to take over is about 95% for Funafuti and also the balance, and 5% for seasonal. Of course, we won't be able to completely shut down the generators because of some technical issues, so we have to keep the generators on at some stage. And those are some of the projects we are looking at. This project will be commissioned in October this year. That is by ADB, 600 kilowatt rooftop and battery storage of 3 megawatt hour. Secondly is the World Bank. I'm a bit rushing here because of my time is about to end. Here's the project with World Bank. We just signed contract with one of the contractor, and we are looking to commission by next year. So it's a utility project, 700 kilowatt and 2 megawatt hour storage. This is all for Funafuti. And also we are looking at floating. So the area that you see on the photograph, those are where we're gonna put 1 megawatt hour floating PV. So the project is about to tender, so hopefully by late this month or early August. It's also a utility project. And also we are also looking to replace the batteries in the Outbalance. As I mentioned previously, the batteries are failing. It's already out of service, and ADB is assisting us on replacing those batteries as well with the Outbalance. So when the two projects, number one and number two projects completed, our penetration level moves up to 32%. So, and when the others completed, we'll be sitting at 60%. So when the floating PV is completed. So 60%, not that big yet, not close yet to 100, but at least it's around 60%. And hopefully we'll be able to achieve 100%. So still a lot to be done. And what we are doing now, we are still talking with the donors, especially ADB and World Bank. And with JICA, we are also having some communication with them to be able to assist, especially in our capacity building, because capacity building is also important in order to able to sustain all this infrastructure in Tuvalu. I just mentioned some of the initiatives that we are doing, and I just want to mention that JICA is assisting us on that. We had one project being done with JICA. Well, it's really a good project, being capacity building to enable us to be able, and we are having another cooperation with JICA in the moment. Hopefully we can get through, so we're able to build our staff capacity. So lesson learned, those are some of the lessons. But number one is the political will. If there is a political will, other things will just fall in place. So we just can't move forward with all these target without a political will. So importantly, political will is number one, and then other activities will fall in place. So, Faftailasi, thanks very much for your attention, and arigato gozaimasu.
ロトルア様ありがとうございました。では続きまして、太平
His Honorable Rotoru, thank you very much. Two experts from the Pacific Islands are here with us. From the two guests, Honorable Rotoru's presentation would get some feedback comments. In addition to that, your national experience or local or regional experience would be shared. First of all, from Banat's Energy Bureau Chief, Mr. Anthony Garay. I am sorry. And Banat's COP27 Technology Theme Representative, IDENA, International Solar Alliance, has been represented by him, and for PC2, fair or just transition theme leader he has been. Next, from Samoa, our special guest today is from Public Utility Transport Infrastructure Ministry, His Honorable Tau Iri Karabini Mauara Ibao. And we have Mr. Tarari Kalvani Marafaiva, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure. He has been in the planning, monitoring, and coordinating team, especially his CAP IT project and others.
プレゼンテーションに対するコメント
has been introduced.
まずガライさんの方からお願いいたします。
His Honorable Garay, please.
Anthony, yeah, you have the floor, please. Anthony. Yes, it should be working. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I think just to reflect from what my good colleague from Tuvalu has presented, I think just to briefly share some comments within the limited time I have. But I think what I wanted to mention is basically to complement what Mavalu has presented, but I think what's important is the fact that for us within the Pacific Island region, we share pretty much some commonalities, but also we differ when it comes to challenges, especially when we are implementing our energy policies. And I think to mention from what Mavalu has presented, Vanuatu has some unique challenges other than Tuvalu. And if you look at Tuvalu, if I recall correctly from Mavalu's presentation, Tuvalu has probably less than 20 islands, if I'm correct. But when you look at Vanuatu, we have 82 islands stretched across 12,000 square meters of landmass. And that one could equate the fact that with the geographical challenge we have, if you look at implementing energy access to the habitat islands of Vanuatu that are not in one landmass area but are dispersed islands, then of course it's a challenge. Logistically, technology-wise, and so those are some of the unique challenges that we differ. But I think plainly, if you look at our energy policies, we all have ambitious, very ambitious targets that are conditional to financing and technical support. And I guess that's reflected in our national determined contribution as well. And for Vanuatu, like Tuvalu, in the renewable energy ambitions, we anticipate 100% or transitioning close to 100% renewable energy by 2030. And it's like 6 years left. But then it comes back to the question of whether or not we can be able to deliver. Whether do we have the right building blocks, the necessary tools to allow us to embark on that transition. So I think to reflect on a few that Mavalu has already mentioned, probably our policies are plainly clear, but then it comes back to some of the gaps in the legislative or regulatory framework. And of course, financing is the largest challenge that we have. And thank you to the government of Japan and the respective private sector that are contributing in the energy space or the energy development in Vanuatu. But then also you have the technical challenges when it comes to managing isolated grids in the very remote islands. We don't have the technical capacity, local technical capacity. So if we were to walk the path towards the transition, we need the necessary resources. We need the local resources to man the power station. Shifting from a thermal generation to an innovative renewable energy technology is not that plain simple for a mechanic that is overseeing the repairs and maintenance of thermal generation power facilities. It might require upskilling, and to do that, we need to look at the capacity development, starting from the technical college, embed those trainings requirements into the curriculum as well. So I think those are some of the key challenges, but I think for Vanuatu, I want to reflect particularly that while we have this clear visibility of what pathway to take, but the necessary building blocks to quantify what do we really need is the one that is missing. So we would definitely need to fulfill that before having a clear visibility of investment cost, for instance, the technical needs that are there. So those building blocks are undertaking full technical and financial and economical feasibility studies so that it will give us a clear picture, have something written in paper to sit on the table, advocate and negotiate with development partners. Thank you.
アントニーさんどうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, Honorable Anthony. And next, please.
Konnichiwa. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kalavini from Samoa, another Pacific island located not far from Tuvalu. Thank you, Mr. Mafalu, for the presentation. It is good to be introduced and made aware of Tuvalu's fight for green climate. Similarly, given our remote locations and our small land masses, our nations share the same struggles with other small island countries in the Pacific. Again, thank you for the very informative presentation, informing the pathway taken to drive your fight for green climate. It is clear you have your leaders' support. You've also strengthened Tuvalu's institutional arrangements to improve planning, legislative and policy frameworks to facilitate your vision. And from that, we see promising deliverables for Tuvalu in relation to green climate for the coming years. We would also like to commend the NDC ambitious targets and the will to deliver them. Similarly, I think same as other Pacific Islands, we have very ambitious targets. It's because of our remoteness and the fragile nature of our nations. That is the reason why we've put forth these ambitious targets. But we agree and we support, and we also would like to learn from the sharing of today through your presentation. And with that all said, there are a few questions of mine, but hopefully if it's not answered here, maybe that discussion can happen outside the main door. But yeah, we'd like to learn more about the stability of the grid since the introduction of solar energy to Tuvalu. We'd also like to know how the 30% energy efficiency target is monitored. Further to that, we want to understand more on how the customs excise duties is being enforced in Tuvalu. And like other small island nations of the Pacific, we are so bold in developing plans and having them endorsed by our cabinets. This allows for the predictability of our visions and the future developments for driving our nations. In saying that, would also like to hear any suggestions from Tuvalu's experience on how we can boldly sell our vision to development partners and foreign investors. All that is said in the drive to secure sufficient financial assistance for our small island nations. We would also like if you could share results, experiences, and the studies of the floating solar project. Lastly, we'd also like to know if Tuvalu has explored other avenues for renewable energy, for instance, the ocean current energy. Lastly, I'd like to apologize my brothers from the Pacific for not sitting next to them. The middle table is so center, I can't sit there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotorua, Honorable Rotorua. To the comment, could you give some responses, please?
To provide a few comments to the panelists.
Okay, thanks very much for the opportunity. Thanks very much also to the panelists for commenting on the presentation. Yes, as we all know that targets are there, but implementing is another story, you know. As you know that for country, they just can't go along without any additional assistance. They need
financial assistance somewhere to be able to implement or to achieve all these targets. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think Tuvalu is not alone with all these targets. All other, as also mentioned by my colleagues here, I think most of the Pacific has set targets. Why? As also mentioned by my colleague from Samoa, and basically because of the impacts of all this climate change, and also diesel fuel prices are increasing day by day. So that's why targets are set to cushion the impact of all these phenomena that we face today. But I think as questions raised by my colleague Samoa, I think we can discuss further out of the door. I think we can have another opportunity tonight or after this break, we can discuss further on how we be able to move towards all this development that we're doing. But I think the most important also, I haven't stressed in my presentation, because the donor assistance, as you know, when they come into a country, it takes time for another one to come in. So as they install this, like a project is done, it takes about 3, 4, 5 years down the line for another one. So as time goes on, this project will be deteriorated, because the islands are, every day the environment is salty, So by 5 years down the line, the project is already deteriorated. As I mentioned in my presentation, 2015, the Outer Islands hybrid project was completed, worked perfectly, and as comes 2018, the batteries already failed, of some reasons. So that's where there's another big challenge because of the slow implementation from the donors. Well, the donors have their own processes, they have their own protocols to be followed, but I think need to be adjusted to suit the Pacific Island. Thanks very much.
ありがとうございました。では
Thank you very much for this panel discussion. You have raised quite an important point which would be carried over to session 3. Thank you very much. This is the end of session 1. Thank you very much, everyone.
So next, we would like to start the next session, session 2, Development Partners Activity Introduction. So we would like to start the next session. First of all, we would like to invite Dr. Akiko Yamamoto, Regional Team Leader for Asia and the Pacific from Environment and Energy Team UNDP. And she's going to talk about the tackling challenges in climate actions in countries in the Pacific region. Dr. Yamamoto, please.
山本様はエンジニアおよびガバナンスの専門家として25年以上にわたりアフリカやアジア太平洋地域において自然資本の保護と開発課題への対応の両立に尽力をされてきました。では山本様、ご発表お願いいたします。
So good afternoon. So my name is Yamamoto from the Regional Team Leader for Asia and the Pacific Environment and Energy Team in UNDP. So the office is in Bangkok in Thailand. So my name is Yamamoto. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So the time is limited, therefore, without further ado, I'd like to start my presentation. And today, I would like to talk about the Japan-UNDP partnership in the Pacific Green Transformation Project. So I'd like to introduce about this project. And after that, so in order to implement this project, so that's only an example. After that, I would like to allocate a few minutes in order to talk about UNDP's energy transition portfolio in the Pacific. And after that, building resilience and climate action in 14 Pacific states. So not only the energy transition, so it's been treated under the climate action in order to build the resilience and also to cope with the climate change. And therefore, it's included under this chapter. And therefore, I'd like to talk about how much portfolio there are in Pacifics. And lastly, I'd like to talk about the UNDP's SIDS offer. So because we are proposing as UNDP, therefore, I'd like to touch upon that. So first of all, the partnership between UNDP and Japan. So I'd like to talk about the green transformation promotion in the Pacific region. So this project had started from 2023 February and it concludes by December 25. So there are 4 countries, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu are the project countries. And in addition to that, so because according to the countries, we are extending our support and therefore there are intergovernmental actions. So that have been included in the design. And also the donor country is government of Japan, US dollars 37.5 million, 5.1 billion in yen. And therefore the beneficiaries, so direct beneficiaries are around 190,000. Indirect beneficiaries is being calculated as 500,000, more than 500,000. So under this partnership, so UNDP is implementing this project, and also the 4 national governments, and also the regional governments, and also other UN agencies, civil society, and women and youth associations, as well as the private sector, are included in this project. The overall objective, and there are 2 pillars. One is that to provide energy access and energy efficiency. And also we are going to promote energy transition in order to improve the energy security. And not only the energy, we'd like to cope with the climate change. And therefore, because inviting those 4 countries, we would like to invite their resilience and create a better response to the energy crisis. So those are the 2 pillars. And UNDP provided the climate promise. So because to 120 developing countries, we are going to support the NDC. So under the Paris Agreement, so therefore in order to achieve the NDC and enhance, and we do have this climate promise framework, and therefore in order to enhance the NDCs and also as well implement the NDCs, and therefore under this Pacific Transformation Project is under the improvement of NDC. So the project design is that each country because need to collaborate under the Pacific continent. However, because they do try to promote their energy transition, and therefore, according to the country-specific context, we provide the best intervention. And therefore, I'd like to talk about each country. So talking about Papua New skinny. So because in order to support the renewable solar systems for innovations and livelihoods, so therefore we are implementing this project for the renewable solar systems, and therefore their country target is that they would like to provide electricity through renewable energy by 2030. So that's the national target, and therefore in order to align to this target, we have designed the project accordingly. And therefore, especially in the areas called Bougainville, so including the women and children, we need to improve the community, and therefore we are going to provide the 1 megawatt solar farm in order to implement the clean energy, and also we need to reduce the CO2. On top of that, we are going to manufacture 72 kilowatt solar generation system in order to support the 3 community facilities in order to improve the innovation as well as the IT access and DX as well. Next, talking about Samoa. Well, because within 4 countries, this is the only country. So this is under the transport sector in order to promote the reduction of CO2 emission. And mainly, so we are going to convert to electric vehicles, import the electric vehicles, and also we are going to create a charging station for that. And also we are going to improve the legal framework in order to cope to the situation. And therefore, this is under the roadmap, under the transportation sector. And for the intervention of the project, we focus on women and younger generation in order to secure the employment for them. And also we take a comprehensive approach in order to implement this project. So not only energy transition, so therefore we monitor that it's been implemented in a fair manner. And next, talking about Timor-Leste. So this is to leverage the solar power for cleaner energy sources for communities, medical facilities, and schools. So in Timor-Leste, well, because they need to reduce the diesel consumption as well as improve the resilience of rural communities, and therefore they would like to leverage the solar power. And this project, so we are going to provide a clean and reliable energy source. And therefore, for example, the medical facilities, this is a national medical warehouse and provide the electricity in this warehouse, and also off-grid solar-powered lighting and cooking stoves in order to reduce the consumption of firewood. And also we are going to mitigate the negative impact to the health of the residents, and also including all the schools and also the general, secondary, and vocational schools. We are going to create 15 solar-powered ICT labs. And therefore, we are going to renovate and set up those solar-powered ICT in order to promote the DX and entrepreneurships. And we would like to improve the entrepreneurships in this country. Talking about Vanuatu, because this is to contribute to country's 100% electrification with renewable energy by Paiku hydropower stations in remote countries. So they are going to have renewable energy transition 100% by 2030. So in 2017, according to this data, 71 of the people lacks access to the electricity, and therefore there have been a presentation by Vanuatu. So therefore, because there are so many islands within this country, so therefore in this one island, we are going to provide hydropower stations in order to provide a reliable energy source. And therefore, we are going to align to the NERM as well as NDC commitment. And this Pico Hydro operation will be conducted jointly by community and the Department of the Public Works. So talking about the regional components. So talking about the capex and also the capital investment, well, because the Pico Hydro and in Vanuatu and EB in Samoa. However, not only the capex can cover all the sectors' energy transition and also cannot contribute to the country's development. And therefore, there are complex issues. And therefore, we are going to give a technical and policy advice from the regional level. And also talking about the transformation, well, because we need to hear the voice of the public and not only the politicians. For example, the households and also the businesses, we need to change their sentiment. And therefore, we are going to promote communication and advocacy in order to change their awareness. And also South and triangular cooperation. Through that, we are going to have a capacity building and knowledge sharing and technology transfer, and we would like to share the best practices. So those are the regional components, and therefore, within 4 countries, they're going to enhance the communication and also with the communication with all the island countries in Pacific as well as Japan. And therefore, they're going to enhance the relationship and also the transaction between those countries. So therefore, well, because this is about the project, and lastly, I would like to talk about the UNDP's energy transition portfolio in the Pacific. There are 10 projects in 9 countries ongoing. And within that, 5 projects are going to close, and 1 is under development in Vanuatu. And therefore, this is under development, and therefore, for each project, so because we are going to extend the support to their policy, solar power, the hydropower energy financing awareness, and also e-mobility biogas. And therefore, through those activities, we are implementing those activities in 9 Pacific SIDS. So looking from the larger framework, the building the resilience and climate action, in that sense, for all the UNDP portfolios, there are 242 million under implementation, and mostly is the climate facility, and also those are the green fund. And also there are some Japanese projects and also South Korean projects. So mainly those are the JEF projects. And I have elaborated some of the areas that we are working. And lastly, so I'd like to talk about the UNDP SIDS offer. Well, because as a SIDS offer, we have started a few years ago, and in this year's SIDS conference have been already reconfirmed. So there are 3 pillars in order to support the SIDS: climate action, and blue economy, and digital transformation. Those are the three pillars under SID's offer. By implementing those three pillars, that is going to relate to the green-blue transformation, and those are the pillars for the transformation. As a cross-cutting pillars, we do have access to finance and also the data availability or unleashing the data revolution, and also partnership. So those are the three cross-cutting pillars, and therefore in each country there are different combinations, and therefore we provide that as a proposal under the SID's offer. And therefore, as talking about the energy transition and climate action, we are promoting under those pillars. And last but not least, so talking about energy transition, UNDP is not an organization dedicated to energy as well as the technology. However, the UNDP is trying to promote the energy transition as well as climate action, and therefore that have been included as a strategic priorities for the UNDP, because thinking about the future development and under the Pacific SIDS, we are able to create a better, healthier future and to promote energy transition. So therefore, that's the stance for the UNDP in order to extend our assistance. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
山本様、ありがとう。
Ms. Yamamoto, thank you very much for the introduction of various initiatives.
So talking about Papua New Guinea's project, and there is a PNG project, and we have scheduled to have a presentation from Papua New Guinea. However, we are not going to have a presentation from Papua New Guinea.
Next, we would like to have energy transition cooperation by JICA in PICs. There are three presenters. First, from JICA, Dr. Katsuya Kuge, who did the opening remarks. Dr. Kuge is Energy and Mining Group Deputy Head, Infrastructure Management Department of JICA. He got a degree from Tokyo Institute for Technology in Nuclear Energy and was stationed in Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Kenya. Joined JICA in 2002. He is in charge of carbon neutral energy provision. The second person is Mr. Tadayuki Ogawa, again from JICA, from the same department, and he is a senior advisor on energy. And from 2017, he has been in charge of supporting establishment of, he's a chief advisor actually, of the Sustainable Human Resource Development System in Pacific Ocean, and he's also in charge of Hybrid Power Generation System Implementation Project in PICs. And the third person is Mr. Matsuoka Tetsuji, General Manager, New Business Creation Team of Wellbeing and Lifestyle Business Division and Mitsuyo Scale Line. And he has been involved in various subjects or the areas of ocean shipping. From 2019, he has been in charge of the new business and marketing, new business creation and marketing as a general manager. And he is also in charge of OTEC commercialization and new business creation and many other new businesses. Thank you. I'm Kuge. Nice seeing you again. I'm from JICA. Thank you very much for your valuable time. Now I'd like to introduce JICA's activities, and I really appreciate this opportunity. First of all, carbon neutrality support and strategy of JICA is something I'd like to introduce first, and then Mr. Ogawa will talk about activities and projects in PICs. Then I will talk about OTEC using deep ocean water, and followed by Mr. Matsuoka of Mitsui OSK Line. And he will talk about activities by MOL. Talking about JICA, on a day-to-day basis, we work with people of developing countries, and we really feel that why so-called advanced countries are developing with fossil fuel while developing countries deny the usage of that, and people are sometimes, we hear the anger of those people. But developed as well as developed countries or global south should cooperate from now on to move on in this effort to build a trust. And the background here talks about our understandings, but energy should be inexpensive. It shouldn't hinder economic growth or transition. Otherwise, developing countries will not accept our progress. And like war in Ukraine, those lead to unstable and expensive energy supply. And last year I visited Palau twice, and in Palau, for sure, energy price is surging. The third bullet says that with existing technologies, only net zero, so-called, cannot be achieved. So including Japan, developed countries should develop new technologies and share the benefits among all of us in the world. We are responsible for that. Now, this is the goal of our strategy. It's not carbon neutrality alone. We have to have affordable energy with a stable supply. We have to keep balance of those. And target is 2050, plus alpha means after 2050. So it's a long-term effort. And target sectors are electricity, not only electricity, but transportation, industry, and buildings. There are three key areas where we want to beef up our efforts. First one is energy transition policy and plan. Those must be formulated and updated and then implemented, financed and implemented. That's what we are going to do. In addition, secondly, well, especially today, I wanted to explain about innovation part. The next generation decarbonization technology must be developed and installed in the society. For example, nuclear fusion and space, solar energy, and something, OTEC, that's going to be explained later. Those we would like to develop further. And number three is power pool. In each country, international grid line will be extended to each country for domestic grid and power pool. First, Mr. Ogawa, Senior Advisor of Energy, will talk about what kind of cooperation he is engaged in at this moment. Hello, everyone. Nice seeing you. I'm a Senior Advisor on Energy. My name is Ogawa. First of all, I'll talk about the energy sector of Pacific nations. As you already know, each government is working on energy transition and decarbonization, and they have policies to be implemented, like including PV, renewable energy. Those are quickly being introduced in each country. But stable energy supply, stable power supply is becoming difficult. So stable operation of grid system is becoming more difficult. So that's a new issue. And PICs are still depending on diesel engine generators by a great deal. That's a reality. And the fuel for that is imported. So energy security is a very urgent issue that we have to deal with. So existing diesel engine generation and other generators and other assets must be, of course, utilized efficiently, but step by step, energy transition must be done for future decarbonization. So we would like to cooperate with each country in that. And in 2015, Japanese government came up with hybrid island a system or hybrid island concept or program, sorry. And that was implemented. And diesel power generation and renewable energy power source, we realized they have pros and cons. So best mix by combining those must be used to realize low, affordable and stable energy supply. It's not like the combination of renewable energy and diesel physically, but operation and maintenance, efficient ones, is key. So we have to do capacity building so that sustainable energy supply can be achieved. That's the main point of this program. Now, talking about hybrid power generation project, the wide area technology corporation is this: Fiji, Kiribati, Tuvalu, FSM, and RMI. Those 5 countries are the target of this, down from 2017 to 2023. And the overall goal was to have necessary know-how and technologies for the hybrid power generation system that is continuously utilized by the target group of Fiji as well as PICs. And project purpose was a regional training system on the introduction of hybrid power generation system is established in Fiji. So within this project, the 3 organizations of Fiji, Ministry of Public Service and Energy Field and Regional Pacific Power Association, those 3 associations we cooperate with, and EFL, Lautoka Training Center was used from 2019 to do a 3 round of training. Tuvalu counterparts also participated. And from this year, newly, we will start refreshed regional training. Other counterparts from other countries are expected or planned to be participating. Within this regional training, Japanese experts will the Fijian trainer who received trainers training from Japanese experts will give lectures and do hands-on training, as shown on the photo. On the top left, group discussion also takes place to talk about issues and solutions by each country. Those are shared. And hands-on training, photos are there. It's not just desktop lecture, but we go to the sites, just do operation and maintenance related skills learning. That's how the trainings are given. Next is why these regional training must be established. As I said earlier, in Fiji, there's a training center owned by a power company, and there are many practitioners and trainers. And there, with their support, we can establish the training system, and we can have a regional support from other companies. So more efficiently and more sustainably, we can do training in Fiji. After the hybrid island program is what we call Green Power Island program. The concept is that the power, in addition to power supply, the demand side, the users, consumers of the electric power can have demand response kind of measures to be taken so that a cost-efficient energy consumption can be achieved. Hybrid power generation installation program is followed by this energy transition project starting this April this year. There are three major concepts. One is, as I said earlier, regional establishment of a regional training system, and number two is ongoing now, which is efficient interaction and use of renewable energy, and number three is for the future. In order to achieve decarbonization, we have to have emerging technology installed. We support that. So organically, we combine these three, and now we are already conducting this project. There are several photos I would like to show you. This is Tuvalu. PV maintenance was done for training by using some measurement instrument. And this one is Samoa. In May this year, I visited Samoa to visit Electronic Authority and to have joint coordination committee, also with the government people. There's a stakeholder meeting. This one in Japan, in Fukushima, ICE project, we visited to listen to the research that they're doing for decarbonization. Thank you very much. That's all from myself. Next presentation will follow. Thank you. This is initiatives for the future. We are running out of time, so I will skip the principles and rules, etc. This is about DOW, deep ocean water. We picked up from 1,000 meters below the surface of the sea. The temperature is like 5 degrees Celsius. And utilizing the difference of the surface ocean water and DOW, we generate power. After using the water for power generation, well, the temperature of the water goes up, but it still has a rich nutrient and it's clean, so we use that for aquaculture on the surface or on land, or create drinking water. The initiative has already started for that. And OTEC, Saga University, Professor Uehara and Professor Ikegami, these two professors have been researching OTEC for the last 50 years, half a century. And people were ridiculing actually that effort by saying, well, I don't think we can generate power with that difference. But already 10 years ago, 10 kilowatt system has been installed and it's very successfully operated in Okinawa. And 100 people employment have been generated by that. And it's used for $10 million annual sales is coming from aquaculture using this particular system, OTEC. This clean baseload power source, this is, and food security, drink water security can be ensured, and this could be a game changer for PICs to tackle with those issues. So these technologies, we are wondering if we could introduce this to Palau as a first country. If that's successful in the feasibility study, then we can expand that to other PICs. There are success stories. So now finally we are in the commercial stage. Mitsui OSK line is planning to do this on a commercial basis, which we will introduce later. Universities, private companies, and local government and national governments are cooperating now on what we call Kumejima model. Mr. Matsuoka, please talk about this. Thank you. I'm from Mitsui OSK line. My name is Matsuoka. Briefly, I'd like to talk about our company. MOL, Mitsui OSK line, is our company. It marks 140th anniversary this year. And there are 800 vessels of inland ocean fleets. We are the number 2 or number 3 company in the world in terms of this business. But we also are creating new businesses, including OTEC, that JICA explained, and deep sea water, and so on. And our company and Saga University and partner company Genesis are working together in Kumejima Island to have 1 megawatt class commercialization. Now, Minister of Environment subsidy is given to this demonstration project. And this year, there's a new initiative, which is a deep water, from 700-meter deep, we want to discharge to the surface. So environmental assessment is done by picking up water from 700 meters deep. On the left-hand side shows something in Mauritius, what we are doing. 1 million is the Mauritius population, and in Mauritius, we are working on feasibility. We are doing pre-FS, before feasibility study for future commercialization. So after Kumejima, we hope it's Mauritius. And of course, probably PICs, we have to do, find out where the appropriate location could be in PICs as well. Right-hand side is future projects with JICA. We want to work in Palau and other PICs after Kumejima to implement this technology. And lastly, as you see here, floating type, there's an intake pipe attached to the vessel, and Kumejima generates 1 megawatt class, but floating can have 10 megawatt, 50 megawatt, a large-scale power generation, which we would like to achieve in the future. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. And now we'd like to begin the panel discussion session for this seminar, Seminar 3. We'd like to invite the 3 Pacific Island nations participants to take the seat on the stage.
ではセッション3。
Thank you very much. We have about 30 minutes for this panel discussion. We have discussions amongst the panelists as well as the question and answer session. Mr. Rotorua took the floor and his last page gave us lessons learned, which was very useful for all of us. But because of the time constraint, perhaps you didn't explain all of them. If possible, would you please shed light on them again? And we'd like to discuss all of these the items among these three. So lessons learned. So based on these lessons learned, what do you think we should do? Is it okay, Mr. Lutero?
Yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity. Yeah, in my presentation, as I mentioned, the lesson learned from what we have done in the transition. As I mentioned, the political will is number one, because in our islands, most of the donors are going direct to government. You know, so if energy is not a priority in the government, so they will look at other areas for development. But if energy is priority, and then the funding will come through. So number one is the political will. We need the leaders to lead in this. And secondly, regulations and policy. They are also important to get things in place. So what are the gaps? Get it done. So once the funding is available and things are in place, it's much easier to implement. Like when donors come in and policies and regulations are not in place, it will take more time as well to do this. So I think for each country to do this first, and when the donors comes in, things are already in place. And thirdly is the logistics. Like also data are so important these days, because to move forward with projects, you need data. So you get yourself prepared first. When the donors comes in, data is available. So rather than, if you don't have data, so it's quite difficult as well to the donors or the, for the projects to be implemented. So this is also much important things. And also like studies, grid stability as mentioned, those are things for the country to be prepared before as you move towards renewable. And also the coordination, because some of these projects, some of the departments are not cooperated or not working together. Like back home, some of the projects are implemented by other departments, and we don't have any knowledge of what's happening. And we find out later it's an energy project. So these are things to also, for countries to get sorted out. The coordinations to be done between the stakeholders, identify what are the key stakeholders, and get things to be arranged, within the countries. And also the process of, as you know, these equipment are not cheap and are very expensive. So we have to know how to contact the manufacturers, processes to be made. So when this equipment are failed, you're able to contact them directly. So addresses and phone, or, all these contacts to be in place, so you can contact them easily. And lastly, for the implementing agency, to reorganize its structure to able to have the right human resources to look after all these the projects. Because some of the projects are done and we don't have the resources for preventive maintenance. So this is also critical for us to look into more deeper. So when projects are done and the implementing agency have the right capacity to be able to maintain these projects. Thanks very much, Miko-san.
あ りがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Yes, I think Mr. Rotorua gave us the important various the perspectives in Vanuatu with the issue of the presence of policy coordination or political will. Would you please share with us what kind of issues, if any, do you have amongst these the points?
Thank you. Yeah, I think for Vanuatu, likewise, same as Tuvalu, definitely political will is very crucial when it comes to keeping the momentum, but also driving forward policy initiatives. Because without a proper without a clear policy directive from the government, then there's a question in place when it comes to implementations of projects. And also for Vanuatu, it's very obvious and it's very common. You might have learned from the media outlets recently, over the last 18 months alone, Vanuatu has had 3 prime ministers, 3 different governments coming in. So it comes back to the question of the risk to project developments. And so whenever there's a new government coming in, then of course they may have different priorities, development priorities, compared to the previous government that has endorsed policy priorities that they have set. So again, that is something that is a risk for us as well, and also lessons learned from us. But I think that is where we might classify as the gaps when it comes to legislative and regulatory strengthening. Like, how do we mitigate those political risks when it comes to project development? So that is very crucial. But also when it comes to policy implementation, it's one lessons learned from us is, while we may have this overarching policy or the national sustainable development plan of the country, but then when it comes to respective sector to implement those policy, there's no alignment. Because if you look at climate change policy or energy policy, they are cross-cutting. We can't walk alone. We need different sectors to support us. And I give you a classic example, like we've established or we've developed standalone mini grids, and during the feasibility phase, we've been having raised expectation when it comes to focusing the demand from other sectors, like the productive sectors, for instance. So it's sort of a false alarm for us. And in the end, we find ourselves, those assets becoming stranded because there's no demand for the system to supply. So I think when it comes to policy coordination, we need the realignment of policy so that one policy is not, one sector is not left stranded. And that is a classic example for us in Vanuatu. We've seen many energy systems not fail, but they're not sustainable because the demand is very low, and those people that are accessing those systems are only households. There's no businesses, which we would categorize them as big users or commercial users that would sustain those grids. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。今のコメントを受けて。
Thank you very much. I have some follow-up questions to your comments. In Vanuatu, when the ministers or prime minister changes, policies changes significantly. In Japan, although you may have a different minister, the bureaucrats do not change much, so that policies usually stays. So is policy implementation. And as for the industry, industry needs a stable power supply, that for sure, for development. But sector to sector or cross-sector coordination, is there any such mechanism? And is it functioning well if there is any cross-functional coordination?
Thank you. I think for Vanuatu, even though there's a change in government, the policy remains the same. But then the new government that comes in has different priorities. Let's say now they would focus, one government comes in and the priority is on infrastructure development. But then the other government that comes in would put a hold on this development and then would probably focus on tourism, for instance, as their priority. So it's more or less a delay in development priorities. But otherwise, the policy priorities from the national plans remains the same. Thank you.
ではサモアからの。
Well, thank you. Comment from Samoa, please.
Thank you. I think for Samoa's case, we share the same experiences and the same approach towards all developments. In Samoa's case, we do not have a federal government and then national government. There's only one government. Therefore, we need the buy-in of the government on all government-led projects. So similar to Tuvalu and Vanuatu, it's a must that we go to government to get the support, and then we on the ground, develop the frameworks, the policies, and legislations to support the development that needs to be done. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。では。
Thank you very much for your comment. You have been involved in a variety of projects, and among which, can you share your best practice? It doesn't have to be Japanese donor project or your government-initiated project or any best practice. For example, examples of good political will or community will or collaboration with international agencies or international teams or successful case in your career. Could you give us any examples, please?
Thank you again. I think in terms of managing projects, the good thing about it is every development partner that is willing to fund comes in with its own expectations, its own criteria that clients or the implementing governments needs to abide by. So the work should be to harmonize it in a way that the government and the development partner could coexist, work together, like in full collaboration, to ensure that the project is implemented successfully. We have examples of a few projects on the ground, like funded by World Bank, funded by ADB, and now a project that is funded by Japan through UNDP. The conditions are different, but the goal is to get there successfully, is to close the project successfully. So that I think is the experience on the ground. Like the fight is to ensure it is a success, no matter what conditions the development partner comes with them. We need to harmonize it in a way that coexists with what the government has. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。同じ質問でアントニーさん。
Same question, Anthony san, please.
ベストプラクティスについて。
I mean, your best practice.
If you don't mind repeating the question again.
Sure.
Well, let me see. The energy projects. You have experienced many. Your best practice case, we would like to learn from that. It doesn't have to be Japanese donor project, any other international project with your government, or the way project is managed, or the way stakeholders engaged, and so on. Any best examples or lessons learned, please?
I think in terms of best practices, I think what I can say now is looking at probably from the last 5 to 10 years, most development partners, donors, tend to pretty much adopt their own policy approaches, but tend to not align that with the local processes, I would say. But then that has been shifted over the last 5 years, where donors now align themselves with the national processes and policies. And why I say that is because in the past, that has been a challenge for us. Donors would come, or development partners would come with their own priorities, adopting their own policies, but then there's a mismatch with what we have in terms of our local processes. So the obvious challenge we see is delay in projects and so forth. But now the good thing is most of the prominent partners that we are collaborating with them at the moment, they tend to really align themselves with the country processes and policies, and also tend to listen to what the local priorities are and align that with their set priorities. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。ロトルアさん。
Thank you very much. Rotorua-san, please, briefly.
Thanks, Miko-san. Well, for the question, I think Tuvalu is more or less the same line with others, but as I mentioned in my presentation, the lesson learned, I think one in there is to get your house first, in place, So, and also, I think it's also good to get a good relationship with the donor. As mentioned by my colleague here, the donor comes with its own priority and processes. But if you have a good relationship, create a good environment, it will make it easier, for projects to be implemented. I think the country have to get things done first, and then if the donor comes in, things are already in place. And number one is to keep a good relationship with them, and things will be implementing much easier than having a bad relationship with them. Thanks. That's my additional comment. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。良好な関係。
Thank you very much. Building good relationship in every other field, this is quite important. Any clue or hint to make the relationship better or lasting?
Yeah, I think to have the good relationship with the donor, well, you have to understand or more dialogue with them, rather than arguing over something. Because argument, at the end of the day, will drive you to a more successful ending. So it's better to create a good working relationship with them. So regular meetings of projects, and that's to keep you in a more conducive environment. Mio-san,
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
開発パートナーの皆様にも壇上に上がっていただいて、質疑応答の時間に移ってまいりたいと思います。壇上にお願いいたします。
So we would like to start the Q&A session. So we would like to invite the representatives from the partner countries, please.
では会場の皆さん
So we would like to accommodate any questions from the floor or any comments. So if you please raise your hand and we are going to bring you the microphone, please. Any questions, any comments? So I would like to pose additional question from myself. So during the presentation, so therefore I would like to invite the Pacific Island countries representatives. So because the NDC update cycle is coming near, so domestically, so could you explain the progress of NDC? And I think there are ongoing discussion for some ambitious target for the NDC. So if you are involved in creating a draft, could you share any ideas about that?
I'll comment briefly on that from Samoa's perspective. I think it was I that made the comment of commending Tuvalu's ambitious targets. Similarly, Samoa is doing the same. We placed targets that at the same time pressures us to work on the ground. So I think the goal is to set it high and then work towards it. Our second NDC was developed in 2021, and Samoa is on the pathway of meeting those. And through this, the Green Pacific Project, funded by Japan, a lot of those targets will be met. And hopefully, we drive all the stakeholders to ensure that the target is reached. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
So thank you very much for your comment. So we'd like to accommodate any questions from the floor. Yes, please.
Emadu.
Thank you so much. This is really great progress regarding the renewable energy. Me as a part of expert on this particular issues in the policy ground. Myself, Dr. Amadul Islam, and I'm from OPRI. My question is actually regarding this energy transitions. We know that when I was in the State Department, even the developed country like US, they are also in the dilemma how the gridding system, that means the battery storage and integration to the national gridding system could be actually fixed. So since my experience in the State Department, that when I talked with the energy secretary, they are in the last fiscal year, US actually now developed 17 labs, and they are now going to invest like $1 trillion for renewable energy research. So we know that even your presentations, Pacific Island country mostly dependent on the solar energy. So is there any intervention done by Pacific Island country from their own capacity? That means, I mean that there are multiple other technology also there, biomass and other technology. So is there any plan, since Pacific Island country has a lot of opportunity in offshore turbine and other, that means web-based energy. So since this is not only just donor-oriented, but is there any own indigenous mechanism is there which can be replicated to the other countries?
ありがとうございます。
So thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a good question. Because as I mentioned, that you just can't achieve a higher penetration with one. You need others to come into the mix. So it's a very good question. For the Pacific, well, they've been struggling to get other renewables to come into the mix. I think in Fiji, there are a few turbines up, but it's not working successfully for some reasons. They also going into solar, so they all exploring other technologies to come into the mix. So not sure yet when will be, will really be. But for Tuvalu, as I mentioned, like in my presentation, we're looking into, because of space, we go for floating, where we're still doing a demo now with 100%. Well, it's still 100 kilowatt. It's working perfectly. And also with the floating PV by ADB, as I also mentioned in my presentation. And plus to that, we are monitoring we already installed some monitoring equipment to monitor the flow of current. So it's already there. It's already in place at the moment, installed just before I came. So it will be there for 6 months underwater. Hopefully there is some potential. So after 6 months, we'll check it out. We'll retrieve the data. So if there is a potential, probably ADB will move further into assisting us if there is a potential. But we'll leave it there for about more than a year. That's what ADB was suggesting, to keep it a bit longer. The longer, the better. But we'll be checking out for the first 6 months to see whether there is a potential or not. Thanks very much.
From my part, that since Pacific Island country is actually not that much populations, so one recommendation from other expert that efficiency actually to use this electricity. So behavior, we should actually aware about it, because since developed country also still in the dilemma, how can actually this energy mix could be run? So if this status continue, even for the US, even for the Japan, for the long run, so another 20 years, 30 years, and even the 50 years is needed. But in terms of our global goal, and as well as also climate change rapidly changing, so we have very few time for it. So I think some education program also important. Thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。
So thank you very much. So lastly, I would like to invite the representatives from the island countries. So what's your expectation toward the Palm 10? So may I ask you to comment on Palm 10, please?
Okay. I think maybe I'll give it a start. I think in terms of Palm 10 expectation, I think I mentioned earlier the next step, the needs that we have at the moment. If we were to embark on that transition, like I mentioned for Vanuatu, we've just recently completed our transition modeling towards the 2030 target. But then we have the necessary, the immediate needs that we need to achieve prior, to give us a clear visibility of the exact investment towards those pathways. So the detailed feasibility study of this, like colleague just mentioned, the energy mix, the right energy mix that we've identified that is both technically, financially, and economically feasible, then we need to start undertaking the detailed feasibility study of whether it's solar, coconut oil, OTEC, or geothermal that would form the right energy mix for us. Then we really need to start embarking on the feasibility study, looking at for that. But then just to do an exploration, it would cost around 5 million or 7 million US just to confirm the resources. Do we have the funds for that? So those are the questions or the immediate needs that we would need to embark on. Thank you. And probably for Palm 10, technical assistance is what we would require, and also technical assistance towards preparing the Pacific when it comes to human resource development to upskill our people if we were to go down that path of 100% renewable energy transition. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。一言ずついかがでしょうか。
Okay, thanks very much, Miko-san. For Tuvalu's expectation of this Palm 10, for renewables, we've been talking now renewables for over the years now. Like maybe more than 10 years or close to 20 years. Been talking about renewables, energy efficiency, but and also targets are there, but the implementation is, is a bit slow. So I think expectation out of this PAM, I think, is to get maybe a detailed analysis of all the countries, what is causing the, the delays in all implementing of these targets. Well, there are issues, I mentioned some of them, but I think there are others to be, recognized and to be able to resolve. So it can, for the Pacific Island countries to be able to, to adopt all these, their target that has been set. Thanks very much.
Thank you. From my end, I share the same concerns and insights voiced by my colleagues from the Pacific. Therefore, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
開発パートナーの皆様から何か補足ありますか。
What about development partner? Any expectation for Palm 10? Please. Yes. Earlier, the floor has said what choice is made for technology. There are pros and cons, and it's up to the initiative of each country. So we have to be right and then choose appropriate technology, and then JICA will go in and then do a joint development, joint installation. We can support those efforts. Co-creation and co-innovation with PICs are something that we really would like to do. And I hope that Palm 10 will pave the way for that avenue. Thank you. There are two things. One is about GX and DX. Both are an important subject for Japan, I think. But there are some disconnect between those two. Energy transition, energy access, when we talk about those, energy transition and energy access, we want to do DX and GX at the same time as energy transition and energy efficiency, development efficiency. Then investment efficiency will go up. So to some extent, now GX are being demonstrated, so we utilize that to and combine DX, hopefully. That's the first thing. And also for energy transition, investment is initial investment is necessary, and along with that, human resource development, capacity building, and for green job, and or anything necessary for making the society even more green in the future, opportunities are required, and also job opportunities are required for local residents. So to what extent we can build capacity of local people and then combine that with energy transition is a key issue. For PALM 10 leaders, hopefully we'll discuss that as one of the topics. That's my expectation. Thank you. There was a talk about finance access. Well, the access finance must be utilized in an efficient way, and coordination among different sectors and human resource development, those are the key things. Hopefully, it will be discussed at PALM 10 next week. We are going over the time, but this concludes all the programs for today. Thank you very much for your participation. Sasakawa Peace Foundation will continue to talk with PICs, and then program and seminars will be held connecting PICs and Japan. I really appreciate your continuous help and support. We will do this event until July 19th, the Pacific Island Nations Week's events. Thank you very much.